is all this for? It's got me turned around, but I can't ignore the feelings that I found in this whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way.
was wrong, but I kept going to show I was strong. Pushing to my own song, but you came, you made me see the weight I put on me was too much, too tough to heal. I needed time, I needed to be
Hello guys and welcome to the Splat World Series Qualifier 2. My name is Dura and I'm joined today by Toby.
Hi, I'm Toby, or Dragonuto, you probably know me as that instead. What are we in for today, Dura? What are we in for today?
Well, I hope we are in for a plethora, let's go with that, a plethora of exciting matches. Last week we had some banger matches and of course it resulted in the top two teams qualifying for the last day next week, next Saturday, as well as will happen today. And last week, as we all know, FT Win and Moonlight qualified. So we got a lot of runner-ups. We got people that played last week and unluckily got the short end of the stick competing again today. And I think we're going to be watching a lot of good Splatoon.
Yeah, I mean, you say short end of the stick, they still did incredibly well. I mean, highlights including like Fruittella and New Meta and Healthy Diet Fruit groups who did an incredible job getting very, very close to qualifying. We're seeing some of those guys come back today as well. We do have Fruittella showing up again and New Meta both coming back into this qualifier too. So we're expecting a lot out of those guys. But that's not what we're here for right now. We're in Winners Round 1 and we're going to be watching, oh God, Yaotl, Teotl, and Cherry Wave.
Yeah, I think we should start calling them right now YT.
Okay, YT. YT sounds
YT.
good to me.
Yeah, right? I think so too. So YT and Cherry Wave here. I'll be honest with you, Toby. I don't recognize many of these names, but this is what I love about Splatoon. It's an ever-growing community, and this is what I love about this kind of tournament. It's a big tournament. Everybody wants to try and get their hand at the slice of the pie, and here we go. Hopefully, we'll be seeing these players throughout the day, and yeah, I'm so excited to jump into this, Toby.
I know what we will be seeing all day. Sniper. We were seeing a lot. I know we're old, okay? Me and Dora, we're old. Well, we've been in this community for 10 years. We're washed. We've been washed. We come back and we've been washed again. So people come and go. But Sniper has stayed for a year and a half on top of the game, controlling backline. But that's blast. Slosher. Yeah, we might see some interesting stuff. I've seen some heavy edits, some dreads coming in the last couple months, thanks to the big old patch coming in with those new weapon kits. And we'll see how that goes. I don't know. Like, what are you looking forward to seeing here, Dora? Like, what weapon do you want to see more of?
What weapon? Oh, specifically?
Oh, yeah. You got to pick one, and you got to get the name right, okay?
Are you joking? All right, Toby. That's a bit too far, but I think the Mint Decapitator, to me, is the most interesting weapon. There's not a lot of players out there that have mastered this weapon, and it's so strong. It's so strong. It's up there with Snipe Rider, of course, a staple in every team comp. It enables so much to be happening with the paint, the range, the damage, obviously. Combos really well with most other weapons. And the tactical, you need that
tactical, obviously. Yeah, tactical, and it's the type of meta that we're going into, right? It's very chip heavy. It has been for a little while, but it's really coming to flourish at the moment. There's a lot of burst bombs thrown around. Every weapon does like a good 60 on a first hit, and you're just kind of relying on your whole team just chipping in with the damage as we go. And that's why we're seeing more sloshes and decabs and blasters, because that sniper can't get that one shot, but it damn well can if you get an indirect with an S blast, or it can if you get a little bit of slosh on them. So it's I like this type of meta. It means there's a lot of difference in builds. Like, it's less focused on like 3 defining weapons just controlling the meta. We're not looking at crab tanks. We're not looking at, Ink Armor. We're not looking at Bubbler and Kraken if you go back that far. Like, but you still see them. You still see splashes. They're still showing up.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to go away. But Toby, there's one weapon that we haven't talked about. You talk about Chip, the Frozen Splattershot Pro, the Fro Pro.
The Fro Pro.
Missiles are back. Missiles are back, baby.
Back, yeah.
And what a map to get missiles back in, because Humpback Pump Track. Let me tell you about this map, Toby. If you want chip damage, you want chip damage. This is the map.
It's an indirect sightline haven.
Yeah. And fast-paced gameplay is the name of the game in Splatoon 3, but this map rewards explosive plays like you don't really see as much in other maps. Of course, you see it in all of them, but if you manage to just outpace the enemy, this map can be a wash, like really quick. So I'm really interested to see how YT and Cherry Wave fare in this map.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. I mean, obviously we see a lot of Tetris piece maps in Splatoon 3. That's what people say. It's a Tetris piece. It's a revert. It's perfectly mirrored. Humpback doesn't have that because it's a returning stage, and of course, it's up and down. Like there's a lot of dips and divots in the map. So like you're saying, like it's burst chip damage heaven. That does not mean we won't see Snipewriter there, because
of course not.
Still big, and we are going to be going into it now. So let's get this one started away. We're seeing an Ink Brush, which is something, and Snipewriter on the other team. So let's get this underway.
Commentator.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
So first off, Toby, what I noticed is that YT is lacking on the paint departments. They have burst paint and they have a lot of killing power, and there it is. There's one pick already going for the blaster. Shiba getting another beautiful direct, trying to take a peek at the Snipewriter, but look at this, only the Snipewriter left. YT have cemented themselves in the map in the first not even 30 seconds, and they've pushed down to 70. This is a great position for them, Toby.
Yeah, already, man. The pressure is just incredible. I mean, Tacticooler can't do damage. I've seen a Tacticooler get thrown at an enemy. But the specials are coming out. They're holding them back. They've already hit down to 50 ticks. That's pretty solid. The Booyah comes out, and the Chainsaw does have to back away. Oh, does get the pick off. I think we're going to be seeing a counterattack coming in here pretty swiftly.
Yeah, but the Mint Decapitator going down, not even tacked up. Now he's back. Has the bubbler. Draco gets the pick they need to start advancing here. If he doesn't get picked off by the splashdown, that is quite unlucky, but the blaster going down, it's going to be an absolute flip. Cherry Wave now in control, and the Mint Decapitator gets the cheeky assist there. Snipewriter panning for the Tacticooler. It's back up. This is a very good spot for Cherry Wave to be defending in.
Yeah, the more defensive team, they're just going to have to watch out for those flanks. There's a lot of flanking weapons and a lot of easy picks to be coming out. The Ink Brush is down, but so is the Decav. The push is coming in fast. Really quick splashdown there. Immediate flip. They just need to secure this now. If they can get the Snipewriter off the hump, if they can get him off the hump and stop him from absolutely disabling their attack, it might just be a flip for the fun of it as Cherry Wave take the control back.
Yeah, but this Snipewriter here on the back, as you said, they're not able to even touch him. And it's so oppressive. The paint, it serves as a beacon. It just pumps out these Tacticoolers. And look at this, Draco trying to go on the offense. Has the crab tank, will not pop it, maybe backing up to do it. Ink Brush goes down on the side of YT. And this is control back to Cherry Wave. They need a couple more picks to really get this push to be convincing. Draco pops the crab tank on the right side, but no.
Hello?
Gets bombed out. That was a great use of the auto bomb there. And the Booyah trying to delay the zone capping. And wow, YT just... We were talking about explosive plays earlier. And that was explosive. That was great.
That was explosive. It was a good flank, and you know what's exactly what I was saying. Like, you got to watch out for those flanks. I didn't expect an auto bomb to take out the crab there, but that does the work. And now they've got that aggressive positioning back in place. The Booyah comes out to push back, put that pressure on the hump, while the Chainsaw just keeps holding the top side. Gets the pick. 3 down. YT looking pretty strong right now, looking pretty good. The crab might come out here, but I don't know how well it's going to do to stop them from getting that tick down below 10.
Yeah, this crab here trying to take back the slope, but I mean, you're going to run out of time. And that is game. YT takes the first map very convincingly. And Toby, let me just say that Cherry Wave getting absolutely pummeled in the first 30 seconds of that map put them at such a disadvantage. Notice how YT moved in, took control of their plat, and they couldn't really move that much. And they were just on the back foot the entire rest of the match. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how game 2 is going to go, but based on this one, I'd say YT has a free ticket to round 2.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. I'm not gonna write Cherry Wave out because they might have had a really tough start to the game, but they did pick it back up in that midsection. And if they didn't have that tough start, this could have been a hell of a lot of a closer game. I like Cherry Wave's comp more. It's more traditional, but there's a reason it's traditional, right? It's good, it's solid, it gets the job done. So I'm expecting maybe we're going to be looking at more of like a Tetris piece map coming out from Cherry Wave here to sort of lean in to the Sniper Rider. Are you smiling at me saying Tetris piece like I'm posting about it on Twitter or something like?
I'm sorry. It's already hard to take you seriously, Toby, and you're making it worse. I'm kidding. Toby and I are great friends. Don't worry, everybody watching.
No, we hate each other. That's what makes us such a good casting couple.
Well, Tetris piece or not, Robo Ramen is the next map. Cherry Wave counterpicked YT into this map, and I honestly kind of see it because Sniper Rider controls so much in this map. Like, it's so good for paint. It holds positions so well because, I mean, if you just place yourself behind the zone on your side of the map, they can't really touch you unless they rush you. But then again, YT has a really rush heavy comp and they play really fast. We saw those explosive plays, which is a phrase that I'll be saying a lot today, I think. So yeah, hopefully this is Cherry Wave's map, but I don't know. I'm kind of skeptic.
Yeah, I'm on the fence here because, like you were saying, YT, they have this sort of this flank heavy, pick heavy comp that's quite explosive, and Robo Ramen, it has that underside, and that's pretty easy to get behind the team. Now Sniper Rider's gonna have to be doing double duty with the tactics here if they wanna confirm this map for them as we get into it, as we go, and we're looking at very similar comps coming out here again.
Exact same comps here coming out. Lex has got to use these Trizukas to displace the enemy Sniper Rider. Again, they know what they're doing. I say that as the Stamper instantly goes down, but that's the same thing that happened. Oh no, never mind. I'm getting things mixed up. This is a very different start than the last map. It seems like Cherry Wave is really riding the wave this time around. Still, I mentioned it, but no.
Very funny, very funny. Well, YT taking full advantage of those underside angles that they can use. That Inkzuka coming through to try and make some space for the blade. And they are making some space as that counter keeps ticking down. I've got this confused. YT holding pretty well.
Yeah, YT here proving themselves to be the team with the upper hand. Again, they keep getting the picks that they need. And every time I say something along those lines, the team absolutely gets rolled somehow. So yeah, Cherry Wave, I guess, in control now. This, beautiful kill there with the crab tank, keeping up momentum. And a second one to follow the first one up. Maybe the brush can do something, but no, they drop. But the decavitator, the mint decavitator, not doing much or not doing what you wanted to do right there. The brush getting the flank, getting the neutralize, and YT flip the zone. It's back to their control.
But we are looking at a closer map here. I think that's the thing. Like that first map was quite erratic and quick. This is a lot slower. The benefit of a map that has more significant control angles for like a Sniper Rider is really coming out, and getting that trade there with the splashdown. It is the trade special, so you can expect to get at least one there, and that really works out for them. Cherry Wave doing their best to get back in at the moment, but YT stopping them at every angle that they even get a chance to approach.
Yeah, YT, their movement is so fluid around the map, the rotations. It seems like they always have at least two of their members just swooping around the map, maybe trying to get an off angle, but at the same time, the Sniper Rider, they don't need an off angle, they just need an angle to zone, and they keep trying to neutralize it. the Crab Tank trying to get a pick there or just some suppressive fire. Blaster goes down, but look, Cherrywave is also 2 players down. I don't think they can flip this. I don't even think they can maintain the zone for very long. YT in a very good position to KO here, Toby.
Yeah, no, 100%. And here's the thing, like, okay, that's a huge loss for YT right in the middle of the Inkjet. The Booyah's gonna come. I keep saying Inkjet, man. It's an Inkzuka. The Booyah comes out, but it's a little too late. Cherrywave doing a great job isolating targets there and getting that zone back, putting that chainsaw in a pretty tough position. I say, as he gets behind, gets the sniper to looking for another, does get traded out. That's okay, though, because the rest of YT coming back in. That's 2 down for Cherrywave.
Oh, my.
Okay, Pelly, that's nice. That's cool. Just absolutely demolishing YT and just kind of putting Cherrywave in a much more advantageous angle. They've still got a little way to go on the zone, but that spells great news for Cherrywave on this map.
After that pick on the Snipe Rider that you highlighted, I thought, okay, YT's back in the map, but no. Pelly doing so much there with that double, and look, they can't really paint over the zone. Even if they do, the enemy team's stacked up. They keep racking up the picks. That's at least 1 pick. Okay, the Brush does manage to get 2, maybe. No, drops into a bomb. You'd hate to see that. And it's just a stalemate, but stalemate or not, Cherrywave has the upper hand here. They managed to get a couple of picks, and I do believe they're going to get the map control here. Sucks that the Snipe Rider went off, but, I mean, Pelly's also going off right now with the picks.
Yeah, that's a strong pro right there, doing some great work. It doesn't matter if YT gets the zone back. They keep trying their best to wrestle for this control, but as long as Cherrywave can hold the zone in neutral or just keep flipping it over and over again, it looks pretty good for them. That Sniper Rider putting on significant pressure. Inkzuka, I got it right this time, coming out and getting a pick, as well as YT just picking up a bunch of different splats across the map. And well, let's see what they can do. 30 seconds left on the clock, 20 seconds in the bank, and they need to get 10 more down on the actual score.
Yeah, Draco here with a good pick, but I mean, if the enemy team manages to get the zone, which they don't, I mean, that was a great trade then. So nothing to point there. YT still in control though. Lex here trying to go for an assassin play. Notices that, okay, maybe not. Let's stick to zone. There's only 5 seconds left on the map. And Cherrywave here, they need something. They popped the missiles, but look, YT popping so many specials. That's a double.
Huge.
That's 3 picks already. And it's only Pelly here. They're jumping back in, but they need to play this fast, Toby. I don't think they can do it.
Yeah, Cherrywave needs to get some picks pronto, get some paint on that zone. That's unfortunate to lose your chainsaw there. They get the paint down. They got a second of neutralization. They really need... No, not the crab!
No!
Oh, no. Oh, the downfall of a duelist player, unfortunately. Popping the crab there, probably not a great time. Just sacrificing paint on the zone in the dire moment. I can understand the reasoning. You really want to pick up those last few splats to sort of secure yourself, but zone goes... And that's another win for YT.
YT, I'll say that Cherrywave looked a lot better in that map. Like, on Humpback, YT definitely controlled the pace of the match, and Cherrywave couldn't really do anything about it. But in this one, they really held their own, and hell, they were in the lead for most of the game. But all it takes in Splatoon is one little fumble near the end, and then you panic. And then you misplay, and then you make all the mistakes in the world, and the enemy team can just capitalize off of that. And that's game. So YT, props to them, because that was really well played. What a comeback in that map.
Yeah. I mean, the first map, absolutely perfect for them. They played it downright textbook. Cherrywave, again, like we're saying, did an incredible job coming into that second map, putting some real opposition on the board there. But let's think about it like this. It's not over for them yet. We are looking at a double elimination bracket. Cherrywave can come right back on that bottom half as we are having a look at the bracket as it goes, and we've got some matches still underway. A couple teams already getting through across the board, and yeah, just have a read on that one if you want. Bad Villain getting through. I don't know what that mask is, but the mask with the angry nose. New meta, one of our teams to look out for, making it 2-0, going through to round 2. The Native Tribute, I believe that is. Also doing well, and last, and Pathway. Still waiting on a few more to go through in winners bracket, round 1, but making good progress.
Yeah, definitely making good progress. And you notice that round 1 in most tournaments is very one team sided, let's say. So most of those matches were 2-0s, which means that the caliber of play is just really different. B, seeding is on point, which it probably is. We saw the result. And it means that C, round 2 will be a lot more even, hopefully.
That's what we're hoping. That's what we like to see. I mean, look, it's a big tournament. Just to remind you, just in case you don't know, this is a qualifier. This is the second qualifier for Splat World Series. There will be a finals in August, I believe, and August 2nd. And so we can look forward to that one coming up. But this is teams who are wanting to get into that final bracket. So we've had a lot of qualifiers already. We did mention them at the start of the stream, but we've got from Area Cup, this is the Japanese teams. We've got Final Weapon, Samurai Cat, Utopia, Dragon Rex, Takoyaki Party, False Dream, The Invincible Fleet, Reimaru. That was a mouthful. Like, if you remember any of that, good job. If you want to see the breakdowns of those teams, if you go over to the IPL Twitter or Blue Sky, and you can get a look at all of the rosters. They're all there with a nice little video to show them off as well.
Beautiful segue, Toby. Have you been practicing?
No.
Wow, that was amazing. That was great. Yeah, and joining all the Japanese teams, there's also FT Win and Moonlight that we mentioned, qualified last week in the first qualifier, and also 4 teams that qualified during Super Jump 5, which was a long time ago, actually. And that's PXG, Milky Way, Hypernova, and Free Flow. So this is the last chance for the Western teams to qualify. There's, again, only 2 that will do it. And maybe it'll be kind of Duck Motif. Maybe it'll be High. I don't know. Maybe it'll be one of these teams that we're watching right now.
Great segue, Duraz. We go into our round 2 match, I believe this is, and we've got some names that I recognize. Red Shell 1 showing up. I do know that name. Great player with a good team. So
yeah, not to be confused with Red Shell 2.
Yeah, not to be. Oh, Red Shell 3.
Yeah.
We gotta remember that. Oh, Green Shell while we're at it. Yeah. But we've got. We're gonna be getting into our round 2 shortly. You're gonna be stuck with us talking for a little bit as we yap away and talk about things like what map we're gonna be playing first. Dora, do you know what map we're gonna be playing first?
Yes, I do. It's Mincemeat Metalworks. As it shows up on screen, saved by the bell once again.
I think that's just good production, they call it, Dora.
Okay. I call it the bell.
All right, I like that. What can you say about Mincemeat then? Come on, let's get a professional commentator's breakdown of Mincemeat Metalworks.
Okay, so Mincemeat Metalworks. Name of the game is Snipe Rider.
Yeah, I couldn't have guessed that one. What else? What else you got, Dora? What else you got about Mincemeat?
So, like, if you have a Snipe Rider, it's...
We just want to talk about. All right.
Okay.
What do you got?
In all seriousness, really cage matchy style of map. Of course, the name of the game in Splatoon 3 is fighting, and this map is so close quarters. Although it is quite a big map, I mean, mid is kind of convoluted, and we're gonna be seeing a lot of aggressive plays and a lot of fights. Zone is pretty easy to cap. Because the Snipe Rider, again, can just stay back, spam over it. If we see some stampers or a decav, those weapons paint this zone beautifully. And it's really easy. As far as specials go, I mean, it's just the usual. It's the usual things that we're used to seeing. It's going to be a lot of Trizuka, Tacticooler, maybe some triple ink strikes. Saved by the... It's not the most popular map, I know that much, but I mean, it's Splatoon. It wouldn't be Splatoon without unpopular maps.
Exactly right, and you can't help it. This is a Splatoon's only tournament, so all of them are going to get seen. And Mincemeat, at least from my perspective, I'm looking to see a lot of S blasts here, range blasters as well. One of the big things with Mincemeat, as you mentioned, is it's a very close quarters map, so it's great for the close quarters blasters, but also the positions that you can hold as a sniper, charger, heavy edit, whatever backline you're playing, are very exposed. They have absolutely no walls around them. It's like two little L's that stick out around the zone. I mean, you guys have seen Splatoon before. You know what Mincemeat's like. And the grates are very easy to shoot through. So I'm expecting a lot of blaster here. And I'm also expecting potentially some brush. I don't know.
I mean, we're kind of cheating because we read the name Red Shell. So, I mean, you know.
I don't know. Maybe
We
Red
also
Shell's
have
made a
Caden.
massive pivot. Oh yeah, Caden as well.
Maybe, yeah. Caden, very good shooter player. Back in our day, in our glory days.
Nowadays.
So yeah, I expect great things from kind of Duck Motif. They did do pretty well last week. They were on stream. Unfortunately, they lost 3-2. But I mean, it's a new day. It's a new life, and they're probably feeling good.
Nice, Dora.
You see, yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful, man. That's wonderful. Please, you got any more song motifs that we can put in, or you gonna do that? You gonna fill that in through Mincemeat?
I don't have any song motifs, but we do have kind of duck motif. That's what we have.
Oh, okay.
You're just giving these to me on a silver platter, Toby. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's say hello to these teams as we go in. One could also say hi. We'll be loading in very shortly right now. So we're just kind of filling the time. You know what we're like. Dora, give me some fun Splatoon facts. What have you got? What's this fun Splatoon fact?
Fun Splatoon fact. Okay, so in Wahoo World, there's a timer.
Oh,
I know
shut
that.
up.
Yeah.
Did you have to go with the Wahoo timer? Everybody knows that one.
No, I'm pretty certain nobody. I found this yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was playing Recon, and yeah.
You found out that there's a timer for the leg.
I did. It's quite helpful. I don't know if you knew this. Of course, a player of your caliber, Toby, wouldn't know the kind of things that I know.
Oh right, okay, yeah, my caliber, right.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
I mean,
Dora. I just like to think that like your caliber is my caliber. You know, we're both washed, we're both old, but at least I play good weapons. You know, I'm getting a lot of bonuses from the Barazushi Jet or the Cobra or whatever you want to call it. The Barazushi Jet, like that's a weapon.
I'm
that's
gonna
really
interrupt you and stop you right there. This is not what the people came in to see or to listen to. People came to see Splatoon, and here we go. Mincemeat Metalworks. Kind of duck motif versus high. Toby, take it away.
Oh, looking like we got an Elite and a Sniper, a Carbon coming in. We're going to see a lot of vertical slashes coming out from them underneath those L shapes, like I was mentioning in the middle. This map has gotten a few updates in the past, so now there's a little bit more space on the left and right side now. But immediately as we go in, we're seeing some aggressive zone taking. Bandit having to back up with the Elite. Crab came out stupid fast there, really quickly. And again, skirmishing, that's what we're going to see with Mincemeat, right? We're going to see a lot of fights being messy and close.
Yeah, messy and close was definitely how I would describe that. And kind of duck motif, kind of rushing them prematurely, I'll say. Okami getting the pick there onto Caden. And with 2 picks, I don't really think the Sipcaster is going to do much. But that Splat Bomb certainly will. Kai moving up on the left side along with Caden. Okay, kind of duck motif has not stopped. Then they got the pick onto the Sniper Rider. That's the most important pick. I believe that the Sniper Rider on the side of High was only at 47% of their tactical order. So it's going to take a little while for High to get back into speed. And look, Caden trying to rotate back, protect their E-leader, which they don't. That's it.
They don't.
That's what happened.
That's it.
And now High flipped, and they're in control.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tough one. That's what we're looking at there with the with something like a Carbon. It's gonna go behind. Look, we can say the same things over and over again, but the aggressive positioning from kind of Duck Motif was really good until they let something slip through the gaps, and now they're on a bit on the back foot. They need to get some pressure onto that Snipe Predator. The tactical that had already come out, so any splats they get here, not so effective. They kind of struggling here to get some picks as Hyde just takes out half the team. Incredible work there from Akami, and it's on the foot for Hyde. They've got the aggressive positioning. They are ready to take this down even lower.
Yeah, I'm saying it right now. I'm marking the slosher player from High as MVP right now. There's so much value from those sloshes. Sloshing over that wall, getting so many picks there. And look, the lead's going to flip. And if kind of Duck Motif doesn't get their stuff together right now, they'll be losing this match pronto. And I think that's just about what's going to happen, because Kai, you can't one-man army this. That's game one.
That's game one. Kai tried. And we respect that, and that was a good match. I mean, kind of Duck Motif, like you were saying, came out really quickly there. Managed to take some really strong positioning super early on, get that timer down to 20 in one fell swoop, right? But High with a good response, all kind of coming off the back of, like you said, the Slosher player, as well as Okami doing some absolute work with that Carbon Deco, taking out the Eleator and just letting the Snipe Rider to come in. I mean, yeah, here we got a little bit of a replay coming out for that Slosher Crab Ink Strike combo that just secured that lead. I'm saying, Dora, I'm going to say that secured that lead.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It definitely delayed kind of Duck Motif's push, and they did get the pick onto the Octobrush on the right side of the map, as the Slosher just did again, like 15 seconds later. And yeah, that really good special usage. And we're talking about the Slosher, we're talking about the Carbon, but let's not say that those were the only two important players. No, the special usage again, the fact the Snipe Rider pumps out and keeps popping that tactical whenever it's necessary, which is all the time, is just so good, because that means their teammates can just go in. If they get splatted, well, doesn't really matter. They're back in. They jump back in. The Snipe Rider is in a good position for them to super jump into. And yeah, it's just like nothing ever happened.
Like nothing ever happened. Solid. And we're going into game 2 now, and we're just waiting on Duck Motif's pick. They kind of have to. I think they're gonna have to go for something that's gonna benefit the Eleator, and I'm thinking they're gonna have to use that range. So I'm wondering if perhaps maybe they'll pick something like Crab Leg Capital. Maybe I was thinking maybe Crab Leg Capital seems kind of like a good map to choose in this situation. You know, you get a lot of upper great angles with that Eleator, and you can minimize the damage that a Carbon Deco can do. Right.
Or it could have just... Okay, well, there it is, Toby.
I had the insider information. That was cheating.
Are you in the room?
I'm gonna secret strat. Dora, if you open up the round on Sendoku, you can see exactly when they pick them up, which is wonderful. Okay. As we go right into this, okay, we are seeing that Eleator, like I said. I'm very curious as to how this one's going to plan out. Very similar comps again coming out from both teams, as Bandit holds up that position. Already getting pressured by the Crab though, Dura.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're holding a position, if you're on the sidelines of a Crab Tank in the first 20 seconds of the match. But it also doesn't matter that your Crab Tank gets the pick if your entire rest of the team just goes down. Okami here in such a good position. Ledge checking with this Carbon, and Bourbon here getting the pick, beautiful pick onto the Octobrush. I think High are in for another really good game. And look, they're cycling these specials. They're cycling the picks. Oh, Caden, you don't want to be dropping there. Maybe Red Shell can assist you, but I don't know. Okay, pick onto the Slosher is good, but Okami has something to say about that. Sharking around that recall. I don't think this is going to go well for kind of Duck Motif, Toby.
No, Okami doing a really good job there, just sharking out. Taking just little picks all over the place, and just getting the work done. High, losing members occasionally. I don't think that matters too much when your Carbon Deco is just demolishing the front line, and you've got great backup from a Crab Tank that's getting these picks on Bandit, just stopping the Eleator from having that much presence in the game. Yeah, sure, you lose the zone, but you're down to 10, and you're still feeling good about these picks, man.
Yeah, I mean, the picks keep on raiding in. And at least kind of Duck Motif managed to neutralize and stabilize their situation here. Kai trying to paint up for another tactical, and the Slosher going down on the side of high means the kind of Duck Motif has a lot more leeway here. Tactical coming out, Red Shell dropping to get it. I like that play. Okami looking for a pick with this Trizuka. Red Shell just doesn't care.
Beautiful.
Grabs 2, maybe 3. That's it. What a play.
And that was 3 off the back of a missed Trizuka shop as well, Dora. That was fantastic. And now kind of Duck Motif have an insane hold. They're so far up and they still have that tactical burning. Red Shell might have gone down in that situation, but they just are holding deep. Kai is going to have to do a lot of work here, though. Okami really trying to feed in. Brilliant pick there. That's 2 going down. Kin getting up the other. 3 down for high. And I like this look from Duck Motif.
Yeah, I really like it. What a strong showing in map 2. It does mean that high will get the last counter pick, which kind of sucks. But let's not focus on that right now. Let's focus on kind of Duck Motif absolutely taking... personally, my expectations for how this map would have gone and smashing them against the wall. That was so well played. I love the speed with which they pushed up. As you mentioned, Bandit here we're watching on the replay, taking control of this right side. This is such an aggressive angle for an E-Leader to take. And you love to see it. And you love to see how effective it is because, look, High doesn't have the range to compete with that. Meanwhile, Kai holding the zone like an absolute champion here. And I mean, that was so well played. I'm so impressed with kind of Duck Motif after that map, Toby.
Yeah, no, it was just it was really good. They had a really rough start to it, obviously. There was a lot of specials that came out, and we were seeing High, as they were in the first game, doing really good special coordination as they went through. And kind of Duck Motif struggled at the start there because of that. There was just an instant crab, an amazing tactical, and Okami just spending the whole time sharking under the drop and demolishing Duck Motif until, and that's the thing, until the picks just started going their way. Red Shell with an incredible pick onto the Trizuka user, I believe was Asta. And then we've got, and then getting 2 more off the back of that one, which is just, you know, like amazing. The rest of the team see that, bam, straight for it. Just incredible play from them. And Duck Motif, wow, yeah, evening it up in this best of 3.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about the upsides and the rays of sunshine of that map, but I mean they're kind of about to fall into a pit of despair if High picks. No, if High counterpicks this map correctly, I think this is gonna look a lot worse for kind of Duck Motif. And here we go, Mako Mark, a map that favors close quarters a lot. There's a lot of ledges. I'll say this: there's a lot of ledges to shark under, which, I mean, High, I don't know if they thought about that too much, because that carbon roller is gonna hurt if they manage to get themselves in a good position. But yeah, or not High, kind of Duck Motif.
Yeah. I was gonna say that carbon's gonna be really good here. Then again, kind of Duck Motif also have the E-Liter, and of course, like you said, Makemart is a close range quarters map around the zone, but you still have some pretty long sight lines on that map. And I know I'm picking up the E-Liter a lot. Look, I'm a Splatoon 1 player. What do you want from me? I've seen E-Liters just demolish whole games just based off the fact that they can see you. So I'm expecting something similar. Bandit has been putting some work in. Might not be the flashiest player, you know, you're not going to see an E-Liter being that flashy because you're going to be watching that brush up the front. But I've been looking. I'm keeping my eye out, my commentator eye on that E-Liter, and I think you should be too if you're watching at home.
Well, Toby, you did mention you're a Splatoon 1 player. You've seen a lot of E-Liters dominate the matches, but have you seen an E-Liter just standing on the edge, charging up their shot, everything is good, life is a dream, and suddenly, bam, whack, that's a carbon roller, and
bam,
just
whack.
deletes you. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do in that scenario?
You're going to go back to your respawn plate, come back, and then scream at your teammates in VC that there's a carbon lurking under your perch. That's pretty much it, right? Like, what else are you gonna say?
again showing your boomer status with the phrase spawner plate or spawn plate. That doesn't exist anymore. We're flying around on toasters now.
Oh yeah, there's no kettles anymore. Now you're on a. It's not a toaster. It's a coffee machine. Come on, Dora. Now see that you called me a boomer, but you called that a toaster. Ugh, old man doesn't even know what a coffee machine is.
That has nothing to do with age. It has. You know what? I'm putting this issue to rest. We're going into Mako Mart, and look, this carbon roller. I'm gonna keep my eye on that. I love to see Bandit switch because I was gonna be honest. E-Leader was going to get so outpaced. It would have been so difficult to play E-Leader into this enemy comp. And Bandit, wow, okay. I don't know if that was Bandit. I actually don't think
that
so.
Was Bandit. That was Bandit. Was it? That was Bandit getting the early snipe on the carbon roller. Crab does come out. That's going to be... Oh, wow. Good hold there from Splatoon. I'm going to imagine... that is gonna I was gonna imagine that was gonna be good for High, but kind of Duck Motif immediately getting the zone, trading back and forth. High lost 2 members here, and kind of Duck Motif they take out Asta. Oh yeah, no, that's it. Alright, take it away. It's all you now.
Yeah, I was gonna say Caden there in one of the scariest positions possible in Splatoon, which is back to the carbon roller. You don't want to turn your back on a carbon roller at any time. What you do want to do is ride on the carbon roller success, which is exactly what High is doing here. They're tacked up and they're ready to pick these fights. Unluckily, the Slosher player here has not enough ink to keep that going, but I mean, going down, no tactical alert. They're already back. Red Shell getting a beautiful pick, getting a second with the assist of the triple ink strike. And look, Kind of Duck Motif is back in the game, but they really need another pick because every pick they've gotten so far has been tacked up, and that's 2. That's exactly what they need. Red Shell getting set up on this left side of the map, chasing the sniper rider, identifying, okay, maybe not a good idea, let me back up. In the meantime, Slosher player goes down. This is a very, very good position for Duck Motif.
Yeah, and just it might be a bit late to say, but just so we're all aware, Seb is the charger on High, and the bucket is Asta. So Bourbon being Seb and ... is Asta. Anyway, as we go back in, High are going to get a really quick flip here. Lots of special investment coming out there. And hello, Carbon Roller, looking for that charger very quickly. That's 2, looking for a 3rd. Doesn't quite get it, but that's enough. That's all you needed to do. They lose 2 in that fight, but that's a pretty solid push there.
Red Shell here with these Zipcasters manages to always get the pick onto the charger, which, I'll say it, is amazing. That lets the rest of his team play so much more aggressive. Kai here popping the tactical, we're pushing this right side along with Red Shell. Can they get a pick? They get 2. That is absolutely beautiful. Red Shell moving towards the enemy spawn even further, but identifies, okay, I need to back up, jumps back, beautiful play. Bandit here holding the triple link strikes, but it doesn't matter because that is going to be a pick for the Sniper Rider. And the tactical are coming out a little bit too back, I'll say it, because no one else picked it up. But, I mean, you don't really need it because you're holding zone, you're holding mid. Maybe you'll get the pick onto this enemy player, onto Caden. There it is. And now they can try stabilizing.
Yeah, I mean, Cast is cursed, right? As soon as you say they try and stabilize it, kind of Duck Motif comes in, takes the zone for free while they're struggling with getting around the back. Oh, Kami, what are you doing, man? Hello? Gets around 2. Oh, that bomb was pretty close. That was sketchy. High. Back in control, they don't have much on the timer, and they've only got 40 ticks to go. They just gotta keep holding down here. The crowd comes out to hold them back for a little bit longer. Duck Motif looking for a leeway to get right back in. Tacti comes out from Seb, that is, and that's a pretty good tacti right now as Duck Motif move in. Utilize that, please, High. Get some picks, or at least go for those unfortunate trades. 2 go down. Akami goes down. That's 3 down for High. Can they get the zone in time? Kai just gets it in time, just about. It's not neutralized. It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
There's no way, Toby, that Kai does that single-handedly. And there was no way because it seems right now that High will be taking this map. Yeah, Bandit, there's nothing you can do. Unless Caden gets a pick and paints the map, but I don't think that's going to happen. That's High taking the set. And what a close set. That was good. That was really good, Toby. But
That's what I would call top quality. That's a top quality game to watch on stream.
Yeah, I would agree. But I mean, high wins, so I guess it's bye-bye to kind of duck Motif. See you later. See you later.
See you
Ducks.
later. We will see them later. That's the thing. We will see them later, Dura, because there is a losers bracket. So there is a good chance that kind of Duck Motif will pull themselves back up through this, and maybe we'll see a rematch because these teams were close, man. That was a good match. I mean, we saw Red Shell sneaking around, and we saw Akami sneaking around. So it's a battle of the flanks. I think that one. We just saw absolute disgusting flanks coming out from Akami with that carbon deco that whole match. And Red Shell exactly the same on the other side, just getting behind, getting the picks. Seb couldn't do much when there's a brush in their face, you know. Like, what do you expect? What do you expect? It was just a good match, you know. It was just beautiful. I mean, you got any takeaways from that one?
I mean, I'm just impressed. I'm genuinely impressed because, I mean, it's not just counterpicking the right map. You just came off of a loss, and it's a best of 3, so it's match point. And honestly, kind of Duck Motif kind of rolled high at the end of Crab Leg. So I mean, you got to get over the nervousness, and you got to get over all the jitters that you have. You might be going into losers, which is okay. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, winner's side is so much more comfortable. Toby, you can't.
You got the cushion.
Deny. You got the cushion.
You got the cushion, and that's what you want. And let's have a look at the bracket here we're seeing as things are going so far. Obviously, we got the winners bracket round 1 all done. Again, if you want to see the bracket, I believe it is currently pinned at the top of the Twitch chat, and you can have a look at that one yourself. But as we're going in, round 2 still underway. One of the first matches finished, funnily enough, High taking out kind of Duck Motif. And unfortunately, the match that we just saw, YT versus Cherry Wave, before, that was our winners round 1 match that we streamed. YT have fallen to Fruittella in round 2. Fruittella, a team that we are looking out for. We've got 2 highlights so far in this tournament. We've got Fruittella, who did incredibly well in the Qualifier 1, as well as New Meta, who also did really well in Qualifier 1. Me and Dura, we were doing some exploration of that ourselves in ahead of jumping on the stream here to talk with you guys. So those are some teams to look out for. So if you're keeping an eye on the bracket from home, or you're watching both streams, because there is a second stream, but we're better here, okay? We've got Dora, we've got me. We're better here, aren't we?
Okay. I don't know if you can say that, but
I can. I will.
Okay, well, sure, fine. Well, we do urge you to keep an eye on the bracket, as we will right now. We're waiting for the next match. So yeah. Let's wait together. How about that, Toby?
You want to wait together? We can wait together. We can wait together.
together.
We can talk about some things. We can talk about maybe some other IPL events that are going on. Maybe next week. We could have a little look on the calendar, the IPL calendar, because coming up. I'm just saying, you know, like I'm a big
Toby,
IPL fan.
Toby,
Oh,
I say this with a lot of love in my heart. But you're such a dork.
I'm the dork. Hey,
Yeah.
You're wearing the thick brim glasses. You're the dork. I don't want to hear it.
All right. You promised you wouldn't go after my outfit. You promised me this.
I love the outfit. I do.
All right.
I do, but you can't be calling
Great.
me a dork when you've got also a dorky look about you, okay?
Okay.
Although
Sure,
I will say
sure.
I love the Hawaiian shirt that you're wearing. I like that we're kind of, complementary colors here. We're against each other. Got the purple and the
Oh,
green.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah. And I also like that next week with IPL on August 2nd, we have the Splat World Series final, which one of the teams that we have that are going to be coming through, well, 2 of the teams that are going to be coming through today will qualify. We've already had Qualifier 1, which happened last week, as well as Super Jump 5 and plethora of Area Cup Japanese teams who've also qualified ahead of that final. So make sure you tune in on August 2nd, I believe 1 p.m. PST for that tournament.
Yeah. On the 2nd of August as well, there's a charity tournament called Karma's Coliseum, and this tournament will be raising money for the Sickle Cell Disease Association of America. So obviously a good cause. If you want to help out the cause, I mean, it's there. We've said it. It's great to see the Splatoon community band together and do wonderful things like this. Isn't that right?
Yeah, well, it's nice to see. I mean, look, I'd say we're a loving community. I'd say we do our best to support a lot of different causes, and obviously we can't highlight everything, but I think we're all pretty. I think everyone's nice. Are we nice, Dora? Is everybody nice here? Are we a good
really nice.
community? Yeah,
really
we're a good
nice.
community.
And I am so nice, Toby. I am so nice and such a good friend to you that I will even correct you, okay? Because I hate seeing you say things that are wrong, right? So that's my definition of being nice. And earlier you said that the finals next Saturday, are at 1 p.m. EST. Incorrect. It's at BST. And I say this with a lot of love and care in my heart, Toby, because I don't want you to miss out on some great Splatoon and some great matches. So please don't tune in at the wrong time, Toby.
No, don't tune in at the wrong time. I know that it's at 1 p.m. BST, which is British summertime. So that was on me. I saw 1 p.m. and I thought, you know what that is. So yeah, you can do your convert there. I believe 5 hours before BST is EST and 7 hours before is PST. So,
or you know what? What? You can also Google it.
Yeah.
instead of trying to memorize every time zone in the world.
You tell me you can't memorize any time zone in the world?
Toby, what time is it in Thailand right now?
They are.
There's no way you know this. There's no way you know this.
I think they're 8 hours ahead because Australia's 9 hours ahead right now, and I think Thailand is an hour behind Australia. So
I'm Googling this.
Google it. Google it. I want to hear it.
It's 7 hours ahead. It's 7 hours.
Once
again, folks, Toby is incorrect. I mean, what are you going to do about it? You just have to get used to it at this point.
Oh my god. Well, look, there's nothing wrong with being wrong if you've got someone like Dora to correct you and rub it in your face every time. That's exactly what you need. That's the type of casting buddy, type of friend that you need with you at all times. But we say all this. We're just having some fun, you know. We're doing our promotion. There we go. That's why we like our production, the mods IPL, because they have all the times there in the chat that you can read out. So I'll read them for you if you can't read. It's 5 a.m. PT, 8 a.m. ET, 2 p.m. CT, and 9 p.m. JT. What is it there? What are you laughing at? What's funny?
I just need a minute. Okay,
you need a minute.
Seconds.
30 seconds. I mean, we could take 30 seconds. We could take a short break, perhaps, maybe, and freshen up. That might be the move. So
I agree with that. I agree with. So, you know what, guys? Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly in just a couple minutes. So don't go anywhere.
The back and forth has got me so messed up. Don't ignore the signs. We've had enough of the whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way. Find a way out. this for? It's got me turned around, but I can't ignore the feelings that I found in this whole damn thing that we got going. You hold the strings without me knowing. Why do I have to suffer through the thinking? Why do I have the feeling that we're sinking? I need to find a way.
And welcome back, guys. We're back, and it's the same tournament. Big surprise. It's
No
Toby
way.
and I. Toby, say hi.
Hi. Oh, wait, why are we saying hi again? You know we're here. We know we're here. We know we're here to watch matches, aren't we?
Maybe some people join now in between last match and this one.
Okay, you want to plug? You want to plug your Twitter and your Blue Sky? We can do this like what we just joined.
No, I don't want
do
to
it?
do that.
You don't want to do? I put you on the spot now. You don't like it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, we are going to be watching a winners round 3 match, which does mean we are going over to best of 5. That means we're going to be seeing a minimum of 3 games this time, a minimum of 3 games. So we're hoping for some closer matches here. We've got BADVILLAIN against Mask, and we're calling them Mask until we have a clarification of what the true name is.
No, Toby. Let's tell the people what you were up to during our break, because this guy is unreal. This guy, ladies and gentlemen, Dragonuda Toby is an unreal human being.
Right. Okay. I don't think it's unreal. I don't think it's unreal if I look up what the mask is. So I double checked. I found that emote and I double checked what the name of the mask is. It's a Tengu. It's a traditional Japanese yokai, I believe. However, we have got confirmation from the team what they want to be called, and this is going to be great for us, Dora. They want to be called Villain Bad. So we've got BADVILLAIN versus Villain Bad. So have fun calling that one.
I don't want to do this anymore.
You're giving up? You're done?
So, welcome everybody to winners round 3, best of 5, BADVILLAIN versus Mask. This is it, and we're calling them Mask.
Yeah, we're calling them Mask.
Thoughts?
We're calling them Mask. I don't know. Villain Bad, just I don't know. It's not gonna work. We say winners round 3. This is technically winners quarters. It's just winners 3, winners quarters. We'll say quarterfinals. So we're going into quarterfinals now. First stage Undertow Spillway. These teams have a pretty solid lineup on both sides. We're seeing players again that we know. Oh my god, that's so rare. We are seeing players like Usnipe and Devin on Mask, Tengu, Villain Bad, whatever you want to call it. And we're also seeing players like Xnor and Mox, known brush player. So I think we might be getting some more Sniper and some more brushes as we come into this one.
Yeah,
What are we
and
thinking?
we're gonna see a Splatana coming out from the side of Usnipe, and I'm excited because Usnipe to me is a wonderful player, and I'll tell you why. Usnipe, in my mind, is a chat dweller in every top player Splatoon stream. So in Kiver's
Right.
chat, Usnipe was there. In Kyo's chat, Usnipe was there. And I've seen Usnipe. I used to see them everywhere. And then Splatoon 3 comes out. 1 month passes about, and suddenly Usnipe is a great stamper player and placing so well, doing so well in tournaments. And you love to see the growth. I love to see players grow and grow from
what? From being
the
chat
bottom to the
lurkers?
top.
Well, I don't think Usnipe was ever at the bottom. Let's just say this. I think you are doing
No,
a disservice to this player right now. I think that is I think you're being quite mean there. Usnipe, solid player, always been a solid player. Honestly, Mask, Villain Bad, Super Villain Bad, Tengu, whatever you want to call them, really good team. And then we're also looking at BADVILLAIN, also a pretty damn good team. Xnor, really solid snipe writer player, backline player, can also play Zap. Kaora, I don't know what they play, but on their profile it says E-liter, so maybe we'll see E-liter. That'll be nice to see. They might just be taking the mic.
What I know is that Moxier, they're pretty proficient on the Octobrush, and this is a great map for Octobrush, especially for the Zipcaster. And there's the E-liter coming out from Devin. Also, finally, an S-Blast on my screen. I've been waiting for this because this weapon is absolutely ridiculous. Toby, this is the first map. Winner's quarters, let's go.
Let's go. And just for people at home, if you want to keep up on the side of Mask, the person called Aka is Gnome, 4K is Devin, and Bankai is Usnipe. As we go in. Okay. Max, That's pretty deep. That's Mox is going pretty deep there with the Octobrush. Not getting too much, but that zone is being held already by BADXVILLAIN. Even if they're losing half their team to keep it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that they didn't get too much there because just before, I'm pretty sure Mox got a triple.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't matter if you get a triple if the game DCs you. And let's get a replay.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll come back through with it. You get more of us talking. Oh, well done, guys. You're so lucky. You've been graced by our presence today. No, but we'll be back very shortly with that one. That was a pretty early DC, so I believe we will be just going from the start on a replay. S-Blast, please tell me more about S-Blast, Dura. Tell me why you like it so much. Give me some.
Why
breakdown.
I like it. I mean, I can tell you why I like it. I can tell you why half of the community likes it. Because it is so strong. Killing power, amazing. The speed at which it kills, like it has, not to be a Smash player, which I'm not, but it has good frame data.
Oh, wow, okay.
I said it.
Good frame
I
data.
said it. But yeah, the Burst Bomb helps out so much. The fact that it has 2 range modes helps out a lot. And Booyah Bomb, I mean, you can't go wrong with Booyah Bomb. It's good for area control. It's good to just flip a zone. It's good to try to use as a smoke and have another one of your Slayers just swim through it to get through a choke or something like that. So yeah, it's a really strong weapon, and it matches up well against most other weapons. I mean, the range speaks for itself, and the fact that it's a one-shot kill doesn't
turn anybody off from it, that's for damn sure.
No, it really doesn't.
And also we're getting a lot of chip. Again, we'll go back into it. We've said it about 3 or 4, maybe 500 times this stream, but chip damage is the meta, right? Everybody's doing a little bit of damage across the board, and it is getting those splats consistently. And Splat benefits from the tacti. Everything benefits from the tacti. What's to say that that hasn't already been said, Dora? What really is there to say about the current meta that everybody doesn't already know?
Well, I don't know. We're not pretending to be know-it-alls, Toby, and we don't know it all. We're really terrible at the game, really. Let's just say that we're glad that we're watching these brilliant teams duke it out, and not us two. That'd be a terrible watch.
I think that would be a great watch. I think that would be amazing. I'm probably not gonna win against you. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Oh, you're shaking your head as no? That's perfect. No, he shook his head as no. I saw that. So that means that I am. Oh, thank you, Dora. That's huge. Thank you so much for instilling me with confidence as we wait for this game to come through, because that's made me feel a lot better about my decision making and my calls today. You've been really good to me for that one. And that also just reinstills me that the Cobra or the Barazushi Jet is.
I'm gonna interrupt you once again. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're disconnected from reality. I don't know. You know what? You should connect yourself with this current set, because I still have some things to say about it, Toby.
Okay, what do you got to say about it? Give me something that isn't going to be better than talking about the Jet Squelcher.
Okay, it is going to be better. And I just want to talk about another weapon that you might say is or has been controversial. Put that down. Oh, Toby.
What's wrong with the Jet Squelcher? Go on, tell me about this controversial weapon.
All right, I'm talking about the Octobrush. And you said that Mox, known brush player, for a good reason. And I don't know, that start of that map, unluckily the DC happened, but the start of it, Mox just grabbed the triple splat, like off the bat. And you know why? Because Mask kind of, I would say, underestimated them a little bit and went head on. And Rush loves players that feed into it. It's so nice. Let's see if it happens again. Highly doubt it. And you snipe. Back on the main decapitator. Sorry to focus on this player, but it's just a joy to see.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I didn't even mention it before. We are seeing some 52 gal. 52 gal, great weapon, not so preferred, and I believe currently, at least from what I've been seeing. This map has started out pretty even this time. One pick going down on the side of Mask, but BADXVILLAIN Okay, 2 picks now. BADXVILLAIN really trying to get some like solid control here. They're pushing in deep. The Taki's out, but I don't know how well that's gonna go for BADXVILLAIN now. Okay, look, I'm losing track of it. I'm getting commentator curse after commentator curse. As Mask get in, they push angrily. U-Snipe looking for a pick right now onto the S-Blast as they charge forwards.
It's okay. For every curse, there's a blessing, and right now it seems to be this Booyah Bomb coming out from the side of BADXVILLAIN. Look, Cats just got 2 off of the Booyah Bomb and off of a direct shot there. Maybe getting another one into deep, but it doesn't matter if you're hitting your shots, and there it is. Cats coming up so big there. Such important picks. Mox here has the Zipcaster ready. Maybe it wants to use it. Maybe it wants to time it for when the enemy team wants to push in, and there it is. He's gonna pop it, and Mox here gets picked up by the E-Leader. That's not what you want to see, but I mean, what you do want to see is the rest of your team just getting just the floor clean with the enemy team. BADXVILLAIN, they might KO this, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, they're just mopping up right now. I mean, you've got the brush might have gone down in this case, but U-Snipe has to take some solid control here. They've got one zone. The Booyah comes out to push them back. It's gonna give BADXVILLAIN enough time to stabilize. Okay. Look again. What am I talking about here? U-Snipe taking up a strong upper board advantage as BADXVILLAIN lose control of the zone, and we can see what Mask are really going to be getting done here. That Elita from Devon is going to have to find something big if they want to keep this control as they're trading back and forth on that zone.
Yeah, E-Leader here getting 1 pick, maybe 2, misses out the shot on the Snipe Rider. It doesn't really matter because it seems like the E-Leader is untouchable right now, especially with the team bodyguarding for them getting the pick, trying to aim for Mox here, but Mox is not going to get picked off, at least not by the E-Leader. U-Snipe coming in, grabbing that pick, and Mask is just going to keep control of the map here. They do pop the tactical. U-Snipe wants to go on the offense. So close to the bubble, and so close to a second pick, and there it is. This is going to be so good for Mask. Look, BADXVILLAIN was in a position to KO earlier. Now it seems like Mask is in that position. Not if Mox wants to say something about that, but Devon gets the pick. It's such a stalemate in mid right now, Toby. What's going to happen?
I mean, the thing is right now, for us at least, it's kind of hard to take a clear commentary angle with this because it is an absolute skirmish. We're seeing people dropping side to side. BADXVILLAIN and Mask, it just cannot get out of a fight without losing half of their teams each. I mean, look, we see Mask making a really good comeback, but they still haven't got the lead out of this. And BADXVILLAIN are doing a pretty good job at stopping that. They might not be holding the zones for particularly long, and that's Urchin, okay? That's what we're gonna see. They're tiny zones. They can be painted in seconds. It's just gonna be important to see whether they can time their specials correctly to get that push down. Here comes the Booyah now. The Taki is out on the side of Mask though. As much as that Booyah might be able to secure some of that space, if they get trades ain't good enough, man. Trades ain't good enough, baby, as the Tacticooler is gonna let them spawn back faster and puts Mask in an advantage yet again.
The Cats here trying to hold the zone, and wow, I didn't expect that pick at all. Trying to go for U-Snipe. Cats absolutely the MVP of this match right now from the side of BADXVILLAIN. Devon here trying to take a few shots here, needs to recover something, maybe reposition. No, chooses to stay on the ground here and take another shot at the Snipe Rider. Doesn't find it. Doesn't find anything except the exploding shots of that S-Blast. This is so hard for Max to get back into the game because BADXVILLAIN, they have so much leverage right now. They keep getting pick after pick after pick. It seems like they're controlling the pace of the game right now, but Devon with this pick is trying to make an opportunity for for Mask, sorry.
Yeah, that was a good pick, but again, look, what are we looking at here? We're looking at a Tacticooler. So, hello, Snipe Rider, I'm back already. It doesn't matter how much space U-Snipe can try and take with those bubbles. If BADXVILLAIN is just gonna run into the bubble with an S-Blast and say, hello, I like taking out your entire team. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Cats is beautiful with this thing. Absolutely amazing shots coming out, and it's on Mask. It's Mask's onus right now to get some damn presence in this game.
Yeah, Mask, they need to pull their weight right now, and it seems like they're doing just that, except not, because the 52 has something to say about it. Dooley's going down as well. The Tacticooler is not online right now, not for the side of Mask, and with that pick, with a second pick, that is going to be game. That's a flip and that's first map going to Bad Villain.
I mean, we're looking at a close game here, and it's really hard for us to keep up with this, right? Like, I think that's something you may have noticed with the way that we were talking through that one. It's kind of hard to keep up with what the hell's going on, because as you see a lot is that tactical. The people are just you see them get splattered, and then they're back, and then splattered, and then they're back again, and it's like, oh, you know, you're trying to keep up. It was an absolute ink bath. Yeah, I said it. An ink bath in the center of the map. And for Bad Villain, at least, they came out on top with that early push.
Yeah, it seemed like Mask kind of got set up at the start, right? When they got their strongest push. But then there was always a wrench in their plans. And Bad Villain did really well, whether it be Mox with the flank or with the Zipcaster, just kind of even just distracting players enough to provide value to the team, or maybe Cats. And it's really funny how this player's name is Mechanical Cats, because it seems almost like a robot when they shoot and get consistent doubles with this S-Blast right there. Absolutely, I said it, I'll say it again. An MVP, at least for this map. Hopefully they keep it up on the second map, which will be Mask's counterpick.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mahi result coming through. Definitely a more wide open map. Obviously, you've got the 50-second counter. Boop, everything comes up, gets wider. Still a map where Blaster is going to be strong. But I think the pick choice here is going towards a way that Snipe can get away with some absolutely devious stuff with that Decapitator. And I'm curious to see how we're going to go with that one. As in, even coming through from that last match, like you were saying, yeah, Cats, mechanical Cats, just showing incredible mechanics as they played the game. And I like to think, at least, that the choice here to go on Mahi is to kind of minimize that S-Blast's potential damage to the team. But we are getting into it. We are starting up Dura, and we'll see how we go.
Yeah, same comp coming out from Bad Villain, as well as a same comp coming out from Mask here. And I'll say this map is a lot flatter, a lot less flank routes, so Mox will have a harder time. I'll say that much. That's my prediction. But standard start here, not so standard that your 52 goes down as well as your S-Blast. Aka here trying to pick off Mox, but Mox identifies, okay, this is a dangerous position to be in. Let me back up. Let me pick up the cooler. Villain, Bad Villain here with a pick. Mahiru on the 52 gal trying to fight for this left side control of it, but Snipe just dashing through, getting a pick, ends up getting traded out, and Mox finds nothing with that Zipcaster. This is a terrible position. Water level is dropping. Mox maybe gets one, but no, Snipe again going with that dash. What a big bubbler. What a beautiful placement of it. Applies a lot of pressure. Unfortunately, it does go down, but it's enough that his teammates can just neutralize the zone, maintain control. Cats goes down. This is looking terrible for Bad Villain. What happened to this team, Toby?
I don't think anything's happened to this team. I think the map has just been expertly counterpick from Mask, because they knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted to get some advantage out of. And Snipe with that Decapitator, we saw them. They were doing pretty well on Urchin, but they've got so much more room to work with here, right? They've got so much more space that they can throw out those long slashes and just, just shred the team down. And like you were mentioning before, that bubble placement was incredible. So as we watch, there isn't really much to say. That match was just 100-0. Just beautiful control coming out from Mask there to just, say, hi, Bad Villain. We can do that too.
Yeah, and I just know the vibes in the Mask VC right now are up. Those vibes are up because they just came off, frankly, from a very rough map. And now they just completely washed Bad Villain. Like that was unfair. That was almost unfair. Like, it seemed like we were watching Seed 1 versus Seed 60, that match. And the previous one, it seemed like it was the other way around almost. So I don't know. I feel like Bad Villain here, they need to counterpick this in a very smart way. They need to enable their players. They need to pick a map that doesn't allow Snipe, which got a lot of picks, I'll say that much, to kind of set up and do whatever they want. So yeah, I'm hopeful that BADXVILLAIN understands the assignment, and they can do what they can do. And speaking of doing things, what have you done, Toby? I see you got the shades on now.
Nothing. I've done absolutely nothing. What I have done is prepared for a beautiful match coming through on Humpback Pump Track. It's the reason I'm wearing the shades is because I've been seeing some players shining super bright, and I can't see the gameplay. Dura. So I need to shade things down so I can actually don't make that face at me, man. Everything's gotta chill down, and we're gonna have to see how we come into this. Obviously, our star players so far have been Cats and Usnipe, and as we go into BADXVILLAIN's pick on Humpback Pump Track, I'm seeing a map where S-Blast is gonna be pretty damn strong. But to the contrary point as well, as we go into BADXVILLAIN's pick, this is also a pretty good map for Decav. This is not a bad map for Decapitator. You've got a lot of like flat open snipes to just throw your little ink blades at, so people can't get away from you. We'll see as we go into it. I mean, Dora, what are you thinking when we come into this map pick?
I'm thinking that if you let Usnipe, Decapitator, set up a big bubbler on zone or anywhere in the map to hold a position, you must be absolutely ready to booyah that like pronto. Again, same comps, and I'll say that Octobrush, I think it'll fare pretty well here, although Zipcaster not to be the best in this map, but Mox will do with what they can. But they can't do anything right now because they're back in spawn. The entirety of BADXVILLAIN is back in spawn. Mask is stacked up. Usnipe is pushing this left side. Oh my god, this is looking terrible right now. They did tech up, Toby. Maybe this is their chance.
That was a great start. That was Mask's great start. Look, I mean, you can say what you want about vibes, right? But vibes are so important when it comes to coming into the next map. And it turns out that Mask are a vibes-based team. So they've just come out of the gate and already pushed down to 67. BADXVILLAIN, though, turn around and say, hey, you know what? Actually, I like your vibes. I'm going to use those two and just wipe your team out. They waited for the tactic to cool off, and then they just pushed in. They've got Booyah on deck. They've got Zipcaster on deck. They've got they've got Killer Whale on deck, and they've just all the specials out all at once. Mox just putting some pressure on as BADXVILLAIN pushed that counter down. They are already down there to 50, and we're going to have to see how Mass respond to this as we go through.
Okay, a lot of text on screen, a lot of splats, but I'll be honest, unsure as to what happened. Mahiru there getting picked off by Devin on this E-Leader. Like, the E-Leader is not a common choice for this map, but it seems like this player knows what they're doing. Cats, though, knows what they're doing as well. Beautiful pick there. Back to spawn with you, Devin, and back to spawn with you, Usnipe, and you! Everybody goes down at the hands of Cats, and this is such a good showing for this weapon. It's also a good showing for the E-Leader. Getting 2 picks. Okay, it's just pick after pick after pick. I was going to say BADXVILLAIN, they can really get their lead going and make it even better. But no, Mask is not going to allow that.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, we're looking at a skirmish regardless. Mox just getting away with a hell of a lot of murder there, and just letting BADXVILLAIN right back in. Look, we say what we want about how good Mask was there going through, but Cats, that pressure with that blaster has been phenomenal the entire time. And even though Devin is pulling out some insane shots, it has been pure in-your-faceness from BADXVILLAIN this whole match. They have the tacti online. They have the pressure online. The snipe writer is all the way pushed up in zone. Mahiru is sat on their snipe, putting pressure on, and also has their special online. 2 go down on Mask, 3 go down on Mask, and it looks like BADXVILLAIN are in control yet again, Dura.
Yeah, Mahiru here pushing the right side with the splash wall. No consequence whatsoever. Backing up, maybe gets forced to back out, but not really. Instead, they drop into Mox, and Mox gets 3. That's 1 by 1. Wow. Wow. I did not expect that. That was such a misplay. Mox was preparing there, sharking, and as soon as 3 players just drop on them, it's free real estate, really. Like, what are you going to do? You can't really react in time. If you do, you're still going to get traded out. What a play. I mean, that's something you'd see in X rank, but still, Great play.
I mean, we're looking at it here in the replay. Just Maru backs out immediately, and then they just all get baited to come in. They're like, oh, we've got him off of the plat. We've got to go down. And then again, he goes up. He repeats it. He gets them to do it twice, right? They just get him to do it twice. Backs up. The rest of Mask are like, hey, I'm going to drop in now. And Mox is there, just waiting with the brush. Like, you're gone. That's it. That's all she wrote. And that's 2-1 for Bad Villain now. Just coming right back up.
I love the woo 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 woo. I did not know that was the sound that Octobrush made.
Yeah.
But I'll be on the lookout to hear it. But Robo Ramen is gonna be
Robo
the next
Ramen.
map. Counterpicked by Mask. And I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, Toby, I've kinda lost faith in this team. I feel like
Just lose faith in the whole team.
sorry. I know that I've been an advocate for them and then for Bad Villain. I've been switching up on the set, just like you've been switching up your glasses. You're not slick. Yeah. Everybody noticed. Is there any reason? Why don't you switch to these particular shades now, Toby?
I'll tell you exactly why I switched to these type of shades, and it has everything to do with the way that last map was played. So I've got horse blinders on these. There's horse blinders on these shades, right? And horse blinders are exactly how I imagine that Mask played that last match, because they just did not check their flanks. I saw Mahu just pushing up on the left. I saw Mox pushing up on the right. I saw them just getting absolutely crushed into that central point. And you're wondering why did they have to get funneled through at the end there? I can tell you why. The blinders were on. They were scared. They're scared of the right. They're scared of the left, because Bad Villain's game plan seems to be, let's hold every possible flank and force them down the middle. And then as soon as we trick them into doing that, hold the middle and just demolish them.
Let's hope that they're not scared anymore, because they're in a position to be sent down to loser's bracket by Bad Villain. Look, Mahiru drops the Killer Whale, now has the screen online. So let's see how that goes. Maybe it'll cover some sightlines for the E leader, which did instantly go down. Not what you want to see. Cats and Mox also getting another pick on the left side of the map. Cats trying to go for another, but no, needs the direct here, or else they will go down. Nice decision there to jump out. Unfortunately for Bad Villain, that is first control going to Mask. But I mean, based on how these games have been going, I don't think that means anything, Toby.
No, I don't think that means anything at all. But look at Mox already in the back line.
Right.
Gets the one, gets out, completely free. Awesome, great stuff. Bad Villain get that control. But hello, you snipe picking up 2 there, I believe, on Maru and Mox. That's a good pick. Exnor now gonna have to hold you snipe back to stop them. Tacti's online, so when they come back in, this is gonna be a pretty quick turnaround, I believe. You snipe does have that bubbler online, and there it goes with a counter Tacti. Mask looking to set up for a solid hold here. Bad Villain are going to have to play around that. Maharu gets the one. Tacti, though, that's coming back in about half a second. And the zone potentially could be flipping their way. The splatter screen did come out as well. U-Snipe doing a pretty nice job at avoiding everybody. Why did I say that? Here we go. Commentator's Curse comes back through. Bad Villain secure the zone, Dora.
Yeah, I think they're in a great position here to rack up these points, because they're coming up on the color screen. They're coming up on the tactical, and they also have the Zipcaster. Scratch that. Mox, what happened? Nobody knows. Cats, though, gets a pick, saves the day. Maybe gets another pick onto U-Snap. There it is, but U-Snap gets a 1, and Cats gets traded out. X-Snore here, left alone to his devices. Mox has the tactical teams. She didn't pick it up earlier, and will use it to get a pick onto U-Snap. Cats here, pushing up. I mean, you can't just push head first into the enemy team. That's not a play you can make. Instead, Mask just takes control of the map. They don't have lead, but they're working on it.
I like how you say they can't just push headfirst into the enemy team. And then we're watching Mask do exactly that. They are just pushing headfirst. They are trying to make that tactical completely useless here. They've taken out 2. They've lost 1 for it. But like on the reset, this should be pretty free. That's lead for Mask. They don't want this game to end. They want to continue going. This is a best of 5, you know? We got 5 games to be played. Splatter screen comes out from Bad Villain. Booyah 2. They're looking for the flip. They get 2 with that. And it's looking like maybe they lose. Yeah, they're going to lose the zone here. But a push to 35, solid from Mask.
Yeah, I like the screen usage here, trying to, like we said before, cut off the angle from the E-leader. And honestly, it poses no threat anymore. It poses even less of a threat if it gets picked off like that. Cats also gets picked off, and Usenet playing so aggressively, maybe a bit too much so. And look, Mask all went down. It's just the E-leader, and Mox has... they have a wish to get that E-leader out of the game. Cats here trying to hold the front line, gets a pick onto the dually. That is beautiful. This is probably going to be a lead flip, but that's not all you want. You also want this tactical coming out, and both teams have their specials. This is going to be a fight that will dictate how the rest of the game goes, Toby, because if Bad Villain wins, they can surely knock it out, but it doesn't seem like it's going to go their way at all. Unless, in a 2v2 scenario, Cats is back, there's going to be a jump back in, Toby. This is really tense. This is really tense. Cats puts down the Booyah Bomb on the choke. That's lead at the very least. I don't think they can KO. Maybe they can.
Oh,
with that
no.
Oh, Toby, this is very dangerous, Toby. They're going to KO, and that's going to be match. That's match point.
That's match point. Look, I was looking at that thinking this could go either way. I'm waiting for see how this one goes down, but that screen at the end there really cut the vision off for Devon and just put it in a place where, yeah, Usnipe's pushed up. Usnipe has the bubble. So what? The bubble's not that useful when you're going to get pushed back like that. The Booyah came on at the perfect time. Great timing on all the specials there from Bad Villain just to take this match in a 3-1. Beautiful gameplay. Beautiful. Look, we've even seen a replay of this there. Splashdown comes down. They get the trade on Mox. And Cats is just guarding the zone. Just guarding the zone. That was the play, right? Just guard the zone. Do what you can. Booyah comes in. Guards the zone. Like... I just solid gameplay, just really solid gameplay coming up from Bad Villain.
Yeah, Toby, I'm really glad we got this replay and you got to give your own 2 cents on it, because I'll be honest, throughout that entire sequence, I was mesmerized. It was nonstop action. I could not find a window to pass you the mic. I really could not. That was too much. It was just too much. And trust me. Even though I said that I kind of had lost my faith in Mask as a team in this set, I didn't think Bad Villain was going to KO right there. Like, I'll be honest. KO they did.
Yeah. KO they did. It was a good match. And look, the aim of the game with that match, and it's the reason I'm not wearing any glasses right now, that splatter screen, right? That's cutting the vision short. And just like the splatter screen cutting the vision short, my vision is cut short when I'm not wearing glasses. And that's exactly what we saw. I can't see nothing. I couldn't even watch the game because I was just like, oh, this is exactly what they're seeing on Mask as they try and fight into these splatter screens. I mean, we don't see as many splatter screens as you think. There's reasons for that. We won't go into it. But splatter screen is, for all intents and purposes, not seen as a particularly strong special. However, I think Bad Villain used splatter screen to exactly the purpose it was supposed to be used for, which is cutting off those sight lines and isolating those fights with the front lines. Like that, all the screens that I saw in that game cut Usnipe off, cut Usnipe off on the front side and Devon off on the back side. You can't get support like that when you're cut in half.
No,
it's interesting.
Not at all. Have you tried getting support if you're cut in half?
No. Have you? I can imagine it's quite difficult. They're gonna air ambulance you out.
Yeah, I don't think you can do much if you're cut in half. All right. Sorry to completely derail your entire thought process, which, don't get me wrong, Toby, was great. And I definitely agree with you. That stream did a lot for Bad Villain. Yeah. I really believe so. And yeah, they did come out on top 3-1. And yeah, that was great. But it's time to move on, and we'll stick with Bad Villain because it's time for Bad Villain to face the number 1 seed of this tournament, Fruittella. Fruittella did so well last week. They they couldn't really grab the podium seats. In this case, top 2 to qualify for next week's final.
Yeah, on which we should talk about. This is a Qualifier. This is Qualifier number 2. Last week we had Qualifier number 1, which is why we're bringing up Fruittella. Fruittella and another team called New Meta were the 3rd and 4th place teams last week, and they have a second shot here to qualify. So what we're saying is that Fruittella, number 1 seed, has a pretty good chance here, but I'm not going to write BADXVILLAIN off because the gameplay we just saw was top tier, and it's not like it was an easy match at all. Storied players. BADXVILLAIN, evenly so, storied players. So when we get into this match with Fruittella, we will be seeing, I'm hoping, a match just as close as the last one.
Yeah, I really wish so too, because Fruittella, as we said, got 3rd place last week, and they lost out the 2nd place match against Moonlight. Obviously got 2nd, you would say. They won the loser side of the bracket, and they lost 3-1 to Moonlight. So BADXVILLAIN, I don't know if they're quite at Fruittella's level. I'm very interested to see, even though we just watched them play beautifully in the previous set. This is going to be an entire different animal for.
Yeah, and I mean, look, on Fruittella as well, we're seeing players who have a history of quality placement. Even Fruittella as a team. I had a look at their Sendu page. Woof! The badges they have. Oh my god, I'm talking like 13 paddling pools, 13, so many IPL events that they've done well in, and they got the badges on lock. They are a storied team, a storied history with solid players. We're looking at Phoenix, Punchy, Crowley, Aaron, and I don't know who Happy Meal is, but Happy Meal, cool name.
Yeah, I like the Happy Meal. Do you think Fruittella comes with a toy? I don't know, but they're out to play today. Let's see how they fare in Inkblot Art Academy. This is game 1 of winner semis. Toby, take it away.
Taking it away. We're seeing S-Blast, we're seeing Sloshes, we're seeing that 52 gal coming back through. Mahiru actually kind of stuck on that one. I think that screen really did work well for them. Fruittella playing, again, a more traditional thing as they lose their S-Blast off the rippers. Fruittella now kind of fighting after losing an S-Blast that quick as they managed to cap zone with a little bit of a scrappy fight. We'll see how this one goes as the tactical is run out and we fall into sort of this neutral zone, Dora.
I wouldn't call this neutral, Toby. It seems like BADXVILLAIN is kind of eating the pavement as we speak, because Fruittella is absolutely rolling right now. Nora here on this S-Blast trying to get another pick after the one that they just did. But look, in a 4v2 and with the way they're holding positions, you don't really need that much to win. Phoenix here, aka Ringo, on the blast, not the blaster, on the slosher, trying to hold on to the front lines, gets a trade. And look, this Mox, we've bigged them up before, but I don't think Mox can bring this back. I think this game is going to go to Fruittella really quickly.
I feel like you're calling too early because that screen just came out and that Booyah just came out, and yeah, they got it painted over, but the fight has become neutral. Maru managing to wrestle back control there for their team. Doesn't really matter too much because Fruittella got the crab. They got the picks, and looks like they've got the zone back, as the only one still crawling around is the Sniper Rider. Nora picking up yet another with the S-Blast, looking for a more aggressive angle onto BADXVILLAIN. As we fall straight back in, the game falls straight back into Fruittella's hands.
Yeah, it seems like Fruittella is kind of toying with their prey right now because of the disparity in skill, not just skill, just like game plan. It seems like Fruittella's entire flow is a lot smoother. Because look, there's a Booyah and a Zipcaster coming out. Mox does get one, and it is the Sniper Rider. Also, Phoenix on the bucket goes down, but BADXVILLAIN, they have no one to take advantage of it. No one is online, and now, Toby, I think I'm pretty safe to say that this is going to be a KO, regardless of what BADXVILLAIN does.
I refuse to believe that, but unfortunately that's not the case. Look, I saw BADXVILLAIN trying to make a comeback there. I was like, I'm trying to predict things as they come. You know how Commentators downfall is, but still a good game. I think Fruittella 100% foot forward straight away, pushing out. They just knew what they wanted, and that was the splat zone, and they damn well took it. As BADXVILLAIN now 1-0 down against Fruittella, coming into this next match. What do you think about that match, Dora? What are we looking at? What's our key highlights as we went through that one?
Key highlights? Is that BADXVILLAIN needs to calm it down. you've understood after that map, hopefully, that you can't just take every fight in the world like you did last set, because these players on Fruittella, they're going to get the upper hand when it comes to just dueling, especially in 1v1s. So what I want to see BADVILLAIN adapt towards, or the position I want them to walk towards, is just take a little bit of more of a methodical style of gameplay, where they take a little more 2v1s, maybe the Snipe Rider can assist the key fights happening in mid. And I don't know, maybe a little more special coordination, because I did see a Booyah and a Zipcaster getting popped at the same time there at some point. But the special usage from the side of Fruittella was just superior. Like, I don't know what else to say, Toby.
I mean, what I saw from, at least from BADVILLAIN, was that the tacticals were getting full usage. But like you mentioned before, like we didn't see much in the way of the Snipe Rider pushing up and helping with the team. So as we come now into Humpback Pump Track, very quickly, actually, a very quick push into this next map, I'm hoping we're going to see more tactical play.
Yeah, last time we saw this team on this map, BADVILLAIN got wiped instantly, but then came back and showed probably one of the strongest showings we've seen today. Will that happen again? They're already half wiped, but no, they get the pick onto Punchy. Maybe Mahiru can get another one, but no, it seems like Fruittella will get the upper hand in this engagement. Nora here trying to get a pick, doesn't get it. Actually, that's a trade. That's a very worthwhile trade, because look at this. Fruittella is still in control, and they just control the entire map. They have the specials to hold it. And look, no team here. Oh, never mind. Oh, no. No, I was correct. They do have what it takes to hold it, because Fruittella, again, makes the other team look like new players, because they all just fell. All of them, one by one, like apples in October. Nora here with the Booyah Bomb. Do you think it's going to do anything for them, Toby? I don't think so.
I think that was just a reset special, just to get some more ink in the tank, because just with a lucky pick on Mahiru, because at the moment Nora's just putting on an absolute circus here, holding that front line, doing a really good job of pressuring the rest of BADVILLAIN. And you know, Mox is getting in there and trying their best to get some picks. And I tell you what, it damn well worked. Cat's picking up 2 there, I believe. Mox picking up the last, and Nora is put in a pretty tough spot. They're not even gonna fight him. They're just like, get out of here. Get out of here, you little ragamuffin. We don't need you here. We can hold the zone. We don't need your pick. You can go back run into your team. I don't know if that was a good idea though, because Nora has the Booyah online. The ink strikes come out. The zone is flipped instantly. BADVILLAIN didn't lose anybody in that engagement, but that zone ain't staying in their control.
No, it definitely isn't. And ragamuffin is one of the words that I wouldn't expect to listen to on a Splatoon cast. What I would expect to see is a Snipe Rider getting a double splat there and just saving the zone once again. Look, Fruittella here is clearly showing why they got 3rd place and almost qualified last week. Because BADVILLAIN, this almost feels like a different team. Nora with a beautiful direct there, maybe getting a second one onto this 52 player. No, 52 gets traded out. But look, Fruittella is still in control. They control the map. They control the pacing of the specials. Look, they almost have another Booyah. They almost have the triple ink strikes. They almost have the crab tank. And BADVILLAIN is 1 player down. Zipcaster, what is it going to do? Absolutely nothing, Toby. It's not going to do anything. Look, Fruittella is about to KO this map. Punchy with the assist. Look, BADVILLAIN, what are they going to do?
They need to coordinate, and they can't coordinate because this match is just done. That's it. Fruittella should put on a clinic there. Humpback, perfect for them. I mean, you've got something to say, Dora. I think you nailed that one pretty solidly there during the calls.
No, I just said 3-2-1, and let me be clear, people. 3-2-1. That was not a countdown. Those are the chances that Fruittella wins this set. Like, there's absolutely no way, based on the last couple of games, that BADVILLAIN takes this home. Because I mean, we've talked about it before. The disparity in skill is showing right now, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. But you gotta pull your things together right now if you're BADVILLAIN. Like, you need to figure something out.
All I'm saying is, comeback. I love a comeback. I love a good story of a reverse sweep, and I don't think BADVILLAIN are that different in skill. I think the problem we're seeing a lot of the time with this matchup right now is the coordination. And you mentioned it during the match. You mentioned it during the last match. The coordination on the specials has not been there. I think you're 100% right in saying that in the previous match, this sort of like gung-ho, go for the trade style was working perfectly for them. You know, they were getting some really good picks off of that. But I mean, you're seeing it now even in the replay. Fruittella can answer that in spades. It just theirs. If you come in one by one looking for those trades, you're not getting the trade. You're getting taken out, sent back to spawn, and you gotta go through the whole cycle once again. There needs to be a little bit more special coordination, if you ask me.
Yeah, can answer back in spades, hearts, clubs, whatever. It seems like they can answer whatever needs to be answered that Bad Villain throws at them, Toby. And look, I'm talking about versatility here, but I've been seeing Bad Villain try out the same exact thing, trying to retake the map every time. And that, it gets old, it gets stale, and that's not just for the viewer, that's for the enemy team as well. They know your plan. If the enemy team knows what you're gonna do next, if they know you're gonna step right, they can activate countermeasures. It's that simple. So maybe trying something new. I know it's hard in the middle of the game, just on a whim, inventing a new strategy or a new way to go about it. You gotta adapt if you want to make it to the big leagues. If you want to qualify today, you need to adapt.
Qualify for what, Dora? That's right, we're qualifying for the SWS Splat World Series Finals on August the 2nd. Tune in then if you want to watch what happens to all the teams that managed to qualify today, qualified last week, qualified at Super Jump, and qualified through Area Cup in Japan. That being said, that's my little sponsor segment done. We're going to be going to Manta Maria for Bad Villain's next pick. I'm not a fan of this map. I've always been a Manta Maria hater. I find that it to be a little bit too hard to get back in once you get wiped. That might be a problem for Bad Villain, who have, at least in this game, shown that they are struggling to get back in when Fruittella have that control. I'm curious to see what your thoughts are on this, Dora.
Well, my thoughts right now is I'm glad that it was Bad Villain counterpicking this map and not you, Toby, because if that was you on the battleground right now, on the battlefield, I'm sure these games would go by a lot quicker. But yeah, sorry, it's no shade because you're not wearing the shades anymore. But here we go. This is match points. Let's bring some seriousness into this, Toby. We're looking at almost the same comps, except there's a heavy edit from the side of Fruittella. Making use of those grades of that run speed and Cats. Was that Cats getting the first splat there? I don't know, but I mean, Bad Villain for the first time in what feels like forever has the upper hand in this map.
Yeah, they put some great pressure on this on the back, and Punchy managing to get the trade with the tactic, great respawn, but Bad Villain, control. Maybe they're listening to the cast, maybe they're hearing us. They've got a couple specials coming online. We're gonna see the Octobrush as well. We're gonna see Mox with the I can't remember the name of it. Punchy, however, pushing in with the grab. The beer comes out from Nora. The pressure is gonna be mounting here for Bad Villain. They're gonna have to answer back Swift style.
Yeah, Fruittella here grabs the tactical. We're getting ready for a counter push, but look, their S-Blast player has gone down. That's not what you want to see. At least they're coolered up so they can come back into the fight pretty swiftly. The Cats controlling this bunker area. Maybe this crab has something to say about it. You got to respect it. If you don't, you're going to get splatted just like that. Ringo doesn't get the pick again. This is Phoenix. And look, Fruittella is finally going to flip this. They're going to have control, but they're 2 down again. It doesn't really matter because it's just Mox here, so not to discount
Does it matter?
but okay, it doesn't matter. I was going to say, if Mox pulled an absolute miracle play, maybe, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't, because the rest of their team absolutely does. It's back in control for Bad Villain. Toby, I'm so glad that this team is looking so much better right now.
I'm saying this, obviously map means a lot, right? I think ego also means a lot. Maybe Fruittella have written these guys off, and Bad Villain don't have so much of, like, you know, like Fruittella are playing a little bit more fast and loose, but that doesn't matter. And I feel like that's doing a disservice to Bad Villain, because the way they played right now has been incredible. Look at that, that's beautiful. Cat's taking out the crab just like that, taking out Nora too. That's 2 down before Fruittella even got a look at at the zone, and the street is looking pressured, man. Cats is doing some solid work holding them back. Mox is going. That's one.
Nice.
That's a great trade. That's a really good trade. Punchy's gonna have to make some work here. Doesn't really matter if Maharu's holding it. The Ringo can't do nothing. It's Bad Villain get that one, and the reverse sweep is alive, Dora. It's alive.
It definitely is. It definitely is alive. I'm thoroughly impressed, Toby. I really am, because that seemed like an entirely different set from the 2 previous games we just watched, Toby. That was such a good look for Bad Villain, and I really want them to keep it up. That was absolutely amazing to see. Of course, that's going to be very hard on the next map because it will be Fruittella's counter pick.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing right now,
thinking,
Cats.
Toby?
I'm thinking right now, I'm watching this Cats replay, and I'm thinking, damn, what solid play from them, and the teamwork with Mox as well. But like, Cats taking out that crab was absolutely pivotal to keeping that last little push alive, last little tick on the counter alive. And we're going to be seeing more of them coming into the next thing. I want Bad Villain to take this momentum that they've just earned on that map and just keep it coming. I love a good reverse sweep. Do you love a reverse sweep, Dura? Because I love a reverse sweep, and I want to see Bad Villain go the whole way with this as we go into Robo Ramen for Fruittella's pick.
Who doesn't love a reverse sweep, Toby? And I said before that 3-2-1 were, in my opinion, the chances that Fruittella would win this. But bear in mind, 3-2-1 could also be the score line, because if Fruittella takes this, that is game over for Game Villain, or for Bad Villain, at least on the winner side of the bracket. Of course, with how they're looking, they can still snag second place, and it's looking, I'll say it, pretty likely, because this is a great showing. This is a really good showing, Toby. I wonder how they will do in Robo Ramen. Do you remember, can you recall, did they drop this map or did they win this map on the previous set against the Mask?
I believe Bad Villain won this one. This is the map that they won, the final map that they won in the best of 3 with the screen. So I want to see some more screens coming out from Maharu here. I want to see some absolute pressure coming out from Bad Villain. We'll see. We're getting into it now, and we're not going to see the screen from Maharu. That's interesting. I'm curious about that one, but it's pretty much even sides. We've seen this comp before: the Slasher, the Snipe Rider, the Splash, and the Air Splash, and we saw Bad Villain play this one all the time. So let's see how this match plays out, Dura. What are you thinking as we get into this first zone, Cap?
I'm thinking standard opening here. Punchy instantly popping the crab tank, and look, Fruittella's already in the lead when it comes to lives and people on the battlefield right now. Ringo, that's of course Phoenix. I just cannot get over the fact that their name is Ringo right now. Yeah, it doesn't really do much helps. Yeah. You stole it. I was looking for the opportunity to say it. Oh my god, you ruined it. But you know what else is getting ruined? It seems like Bad Villain's chances at the game are getting kind of ruined, Toby.
Oh, there's a crab. There's some more pressure. Fruittella putting in hella pressure. Mox is looking for something here. They might be able to take out... yeah, they traded with the Snipe Rider. But it's not looking good for Bad Villain. They need another pick. And that's not another pick. That's Punchy and Ringo doing some absolute work. The zone stays firmly in Fruittella's favor as they push, and Bad Villain are panicking. Look at them go. They got to make some effort coming in, and it's just trades. It's not enough. The zone's looking close. They might be able to stop it. I just don't think Fruittella are going to let it go that easily, Dura.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's a stalemate, but no, with those couple picks, that's game over. And Fruittella will be taking the set and moving on to winners finals. Bad Villains, you and losers, you still can make a pretty intense losers run. Let's not kid ourselves, but I mean, the opportunity's there, and I think the odds are there, and the skill is there, so I wish the best for this team, and Fruittella, good luck in winners finals.
Well, you saying all that, Bad Villain have shown some absolute chutzpah today. Absolute chutzpah. They are doing work. I'm loving it from them, and yeah, sure, Fruittella took them out. That's, it happens. You gotta lose to win, and losers bracket is looking pretty favorable for them right now. They just gotta keep that up together. However, from Fruittella's point of view, this is all good news for them, right? They are into winners finals. They are primed and ready for that slot. They just need to take that one last match, and we will be seeing that today. We won't. You will.
I'll be seeing, and I'm sure Toby will be watching as well, but from the other side of the screen, because that's it from us. Toby, is there anything you want to say? Like,
what I want to say. Here's what I want to say. I want to say thank you for IPL for hosting this event. SWS Qualifier 2, and remember, this is my last time I'm going to say this. SWS Qualifier 1 was last week. This is the last qualifier in the West for Splat World Series. And we are going to be going next week on the 2nd of August. We're going to be watching the SWS finals, that's Splat World Series finals, and the time zones for those, if you want to watch them, will be at 1 p.m. BST, and I will not go any further than that because I cannot remember.
Well, everything I have to say, Toby has said. Thank you so much for IPL for hosting this, but don't go anywhere. It sounds like we're finishing this up, but no, because next up, you're going to be joined by K-Bot and Siren. Sorry, Siren and K-Bot. So yeah, don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a little bit of a break. This is it from Toby and I, and have a wonderful weekend, guys.
To tell me you're no good, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders, done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, the weight of you, don't need no man. Tell me you're no good, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders, done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, the weight of you, don't need no man.
Where am I going now? Just falling over dreams. Now I'm just so far gone, this isn't what it seems. Taking me so damn long, it's fading from belief. I need to slow this down, it's burning from beneath. Come break this line, it falls in my sights. Holding on for what is worth my life. I know inside, I'll make it up the void. Find my way to giants in the sky. Tonight it comes to life.
right here, stand by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our hearts implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to SWS Qualifier number 2. My name is K-Bot, now joined by Siren. We're about to qualify our 7th penultimate team from the Western scene into the final event happening next Saturday. Siren, you looking forward to this or what?
Pretty forward to it. I'm pretty excited to be here. I mean, like, last week was already like a huge pile of excitement for everyone, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing these hype sets. And I know a lot is on the line here. We have only one more chance to get into those finals here on the Western side. So obviously these teams got to be putting in their all today.
And these two teams have put in their all so far up to this point, both of whom have been on a collision course for each other. It is Fruittella versus New Meta. Fruittella, of course, played last week and was the 3rd place, just missing out on one of those 2 qualifier spots. So coming into the day today, they were kind of expected Siren to be one of the favorites.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I've been just listening in on the stream with Jura and Toby earlier, and I was like, wow, there is a lot to be said about both of these teams here. Fruittella just going on a tear, and honestly, I'm looking forward to it. Maybe not so much looking forward to seeing it on Bluefin of all places, but you know, I'll put my bias aside for the next 5 minutes.
It's zones only. Be prepared to see every map in the game as we load into Game 1 instantly. And you'll notice, of course, the new meta composition, relatively what we would expect from this kind of team. Of course, they haven't played as consistently over the course of the past year or so, but about 2 years ago, it was this dually plus brush idea, this full-on aggression that really came out of them. And starting off, it's getting them a couple of trades here early and the zone forcing everyone else back.
Yeah, a really, really strong start from Fruittella here, forcing the members on the side of New Meta to kind of just pop their specials right away. We have that crab tank and those ink strikes coming out onto the zone, but it looks like that left them with a blind spot, allowing them for this brush to just run right into their base here. Is coolered up, has nothing to lose. The zone is still capped in their favor, and they're 3 down, and they still held it for quite some time.
Very aggressive here from Punchy, buying Fruittella a bit of this space on the backside, but they'll certainly need it as they start looking forward. The interesting thing for me is going to be how New Meta decides to approach this. I'm expecting to see the Reef Slider come out, and that'll be the tell card, and it is. Isabel not going to get any value this time with it, however, and will get taken down pretty quickly there. Good counter offensive here from Fruittella. Now going forward here, floating up the elevator with the Booyah Bomb. Will be able to take out one, and Nora looking for the spawn of New Meta. Gets taken down here. His steps a little too far forward, but even still, Fruittella set up pretty nicely here. We'll see whether or not they're able to take the lead.
Yeah, it looks like New Meta finally able to approach the zone once again. Twice in this map, it's just been Lulu left alive, causing absolute chaos. The zone isn't capped for anybody right now, and it's just been forced back down to the center of the map. So with this newfound cap of the zone and retaining their lead in this, Lulu once again going to try and pull those aggressive strategies, is going to take the off angle onto the side of Fruittella. Does Punchy know that there is an ink brush looming behind? We'll find out later, I suppose.
Here comes that ink brush with the stamp. Not going to get a lot of work done, but now as the zone starts coming a little bit closer, they start to become a threat, and all of a sudden you get in close quarters with that brush, and it means disaster. Isabel also dashes in, is going to get taken down as Nora's going to take one for the road here, but even still, New Meta finds the way to recap. It doesn't feel like, though, they're going to get a lot of additional space, and with Nora starting to creep up here, could cause a thorn in the side.
Yeah, Nora doing a very good job at moving up and basically giving New Meta no room to feel safe whatsoever. I like seeing Isabel picking up this cooler onto that zone there and is just looking at that point timer for the time being, which is very uncharacteristic for most Tetra players, I will say. So good on her for doing that.
Good collapse on this, meanwhile, though, as Isabel's going to dash forward. 2 down from Fruittella. This is going to open up the map for New Meta right now. They're actually looking for the knockout at the moment as Lucas continues running around on that uninkable tarp. Isabel dashes in now. Here's the Reef Slider. One goes down, and the onslaught that New Meta is able to provide is just enough for them to be able to hold on to the zone to take game 1.
A really good job playing patience there from the side of New Meta. Just in those last 20 seconds, recognizing the situation that they have. Okay, we're close to that Reef Slider, and that's basically a checkmate situation for them. They can go, okay, you can drop on his own, you can pop whatever you want, but this is a close quarters map. I can just run that in on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. We have the timer, and we have the advantage.
That's the other thing, even though it's been a while to see a roster such as this come together, they're still playing the same style that they've known and loved, right? For so long. And it's about enabling Lucas, enabling Isabel to get in these very close quarters, aggressive positions, and it's getting them a decent bit of success, especially if they're able to figure out when to pull the trigger the best. I imagine that Zimmy Splatling as well is also there to have that big bubbler, able to provide that ounce of stability that sometimes the team will end up needing. But of course, about to head into counter picks here. Fruittella's pick is coming in, Barnacle and Dime, a little less on the close quarters side.
Yeah, a lot more of an open map here. There's going to be a lot more exposure that they're going to be having to deal with here. So those sneaky plays do have a larger chance of being punished. And with the strong pencil players, they're going to be looking out at all those different angles that they can take. The lower angle on this map doesn't really get you anywhere aside from maybe distracting players. So obviously they're going to have to look at this from a different perspective and perhaps maybe even do a bit of a comp switch up. I'm not anticipating much of a change here, given that I believe a lot of these players are one-tricks. But maybe just more of an adaptation in the playstyle itself.
You'll have to see. The one thing, though, that you did comment on, of course, is the use of the pencil, which is still seeing plenty of use. Interestingly, for those of you that are like, wait a minute, I didn't follow everything that quite happened. Jay Sirac is actually one of the players that qualified on Vanguard, but Vanguard has since, decided to rescind their SWS spot. And so now attempting to qualify here with New Meta. The other interesting thing to watch out for is something that we don't often talk about in terms of the pencil play because it is very much a flowchart. However, interestingly, I actually had CKK over on the Beat team look back at this stat, and for top 8 last week, only 2 out of 18 games had the in 2 out of 18 mirror matches for the pencil had the lower KDA 1 between 2 pencils. So that means if the pencil really needs to get involved, having a lot of picks, having a lot of pressure to be that much more impactful. Obviously, NX here on this edit. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to contribute to Fruittella just as much. But of course, this is exactly the way that Fruittella wants to set up and try to play.
Yes, I really love this aggressive start from Nora on the side of Fruittella, just going right after the backliner on the side of New Meta there. However, that not really paying off too much in the long run. Looks like New Meta was able to recover very quickly here, and now we're even seeing these very aggressive positions coming in from that mini Splatling, these beacons coming out, allowing Isabel to do these crazy things and just jump around the map and basically play acrobatics with that Tacticooler.
Yeah, and again, right, like the second that you're playing, especially 2 high-octane, very close-quarters weapons, those coolers, those beacons, everything you can do to reduce the travel time and make it so that anytime you get splatted, you're actually able to get back into the action quicker, the better for this team. But you can see Fruittella sweeping through, taking down all of those beacons, making sure that there's not going to be any crazy flank angles that the members of New Meta can try to approach them from. And this is going to have to be a very front-to-back fight, which is going to play into Fruittella's favor.
Yeah, Fruittella doing a very good job at retaining what they currently have. We see as Isabel kind of running into zone, maybe in a bit of a spot of desperation, and also understanding that there's going to be another chance at using this reef slider if they are able to play quick enough. So just trying to use that as a last-ditch effort. Ringo here is doing a very good job hugging these walls here, trying to make sure that the zone stays alive in their favor. Just 10 seconds left to go, and it's a 2v2. It's going to be a war of paint here with this heavy edit, and that... What? Huh?
It's not fully knocked out yet. Isabel was able to dash in there. Lucas probably soon to follow, but no, going to get taken down as well. And there again, you see just how difficult it is for these close quarters weapons to actually get into a very significant piece of the map. You know, one of the things as well that I've focused on quite a lot as I'm looking at high-level play at the moment is the team's special composition. New meta right now in this composition doesn't have a lot of tools to be able to break back in. They don't have those strikes you'd look towards, or Azuka to find some picks from a longer range. You're really relying on something like Lucas's hammer, which came out and was able to get a decent bit of work done, but at the end of the day, also wasn't going to get everything done for the team. Another member of Fruittella was very quickly able to follow up off of that, and that spelled the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, what a pick from that pencil there, too. Like, that was like some Looney Tunes thing where, like, one of the characters takes out the other and then just a giant rock falls down on his head. Like, that was just very, very good comedic timing. However, still able to clutch out that game in the end. But that got very scary for a moment. Hopping right back into the game already, seems like these teams were able to lock things in very quickly, kind of understand. It is a classic map, so I think we all have a pretty good idea of what we want to be playing here and what we want to see.
You say that, but there are a couple of switch-ups, including Isabel going back over to her traditional Tetra dualies. And then we also see the Frozen Pro come out here of Punchy, opting for a little bit of extra range, and maybe also trying to limit the effectiveness of a player like Jasorok.
They have the specials ready to go, but looks like they're just waiting for the members of New Meta to make that first move here. We have every tool to keep the zone, and that low counter is good.
A low counter going to be good here. We'll see how they're able to do. If Fruittella can try to hold on here, they're going to be able to knock out the game pretty quickly. Lucas throws this pencil, and with 2 going down, it looks like the duo here between Isabel and Lucas is able to pick up a couple. Now we'll see if they're able to actually cap the zone, because again, they don't have a lot to force the members of Fruittella around at the moment. Just have to try to dive in and take some of these firefights. But again, those 2 aggros go down. The Zinc Mini Splatling is next to follow, and Fruittella holds the zone now with 20 seconds to play.
20 seconds left to go, and that penalty timer is ticking down very quickly as well. We saw that they popped that cooler onto the side of New Meta, but that means they are going to have to take this as a pure ink fight, and rather than having any sort of retake tools or using that reef slider, which we are seeing now, it's just not going to be enough.
Not enough there, and it is Fruittella taking back this game as well. So very quick counter pick from New Meta, and a slight change doesn't actually end up panning out in their favor. The interesting thing here is going to be where else might they consider going. I could see a handful of different things working. They're probably going to have preference for these larger maps where there's a little more room to move around and more room to approach the zone from multiple angles. I think in this case on Wahoo, it's actually deceptively a little more straightforward, right? You're either approaching over the bridge or one of 2 bridges for the most part when you're trying to actually get into the zone. And again, with this new meta composition, it's just difficult to really dislodge members of Fruittella once they take a certain area of the map.
Yeah, that can be the big struggle here, especially when you have such good things planted down there. You really have that reef slider. However, it can get a little bit predictable when you have people who are just very comfortable in the space that they stand in. They're going to be constantly looking at the top board of the map, seeing who has what specials and when. So honestly, just looking at that kind of would indicate to me that like they understand what Isabella is going to be coming out with at any time.
Yeah, so We'll see what the counter pick is here. Again, from New Meta. It'll be their last counter pick of the set, and it is going to Inkblot Art Academy here. Kind of makes sense. Again, you get a lot of space to run up on your opponent's plat, and you're going to have an entry in some form or fashion. The real thing I'd watch out for, Fruittella can start running away with this game if they're able to get onto the New Meta plat and hold them back, taking complete control of that upper left side, that we call bats. If Fruittella's able to get a hold of that, it could spell doom for New Meta, unless they can try to come up with some creative flag play dropping down on the far left. But I don't know if that'll happen.
Yeah, I think this is going to be more of one of those maps where they're just trying to drag people away from the zone as much as possible. I don't know how successful that will be, though, considering the fact that this is one of those maps where I just think the zone is very, very much taking up so much real estate, and there's not a lot of valid areas to fight outside of it, and it can get a little bit sloppy. Like, it's really just like, okay, we're either in these little corners that are right next to the zone, we're zone adjacent, or we're in our enemy's plat and we're just dived up entirely and we're on a total, like, splat mission here, and if we go down and lose that fight, then it's over. So this is a really risky pick, but we'll see if that pays off for them in the end and gets them to that game 5.
It's risky, but we'll see whether or not it pans out here. It's Isabel back on the Dapple dualies as well this time around. And again, you see them go on their way towards this zone. Isabel already leaping forward, looking maybe even to make a play over top mid here. But it seems like Ringo pretty quickly called out that could happen with the slosh over top. Looks like New Meta is going to be able to take control of the zone first with Lucas applying pressure on the side. Now they force the issue here in a beautiful bubbler spot to start things off for New Meta.
Yeah, I really like the spots that Isabel has been taking here, but she does have to be pretty wary. They are, we're dealing with a slosher on the side of Fruittella here, and it looks like at this point the slosher kind of understands where Isabel likes to hang out on these maps. So I think it's a very safe pick for them just to have that and know what corners people are going to be hanging out on. And look at just the movement they're using here, those ink strikes pulling them right back into mid and pushing all the members of New Meta out of the center of the map. Now, looks like Isabel was able to get behind them there, but is going to get quickly taken out, and now it's just an absolute ink bath. Like, and Jura used that word, now I'm stealing it from him, but it's so funny.
What else are you going to call it, right? When New Meta consistently is applying pressure into your throats, they're just going to keep running at you. They're going to keep taking these fights, and they're relying on the fact that they can come away with a majority of those fights. I think Fruittella had a great take back of the zone with those strikes, as you mentioned, but even still, it wasn't enough to fully solidify them and gave enough openings here for New Meta to come back through, and Lucas going to come up with a triple there on the Ultra Stamp, putting a wipeout on the board and New Meta ahead. They're not able to take a lot of control up here on their opponent's plat, but they're certainly enjoying the time and space they do have.
Yes, I really like what they're doing here. They are backing up with these strikes, and I wonder if this is going to pay off like it did previously before. Seems like Lucas is just going to be hanging around the sides of this map. Isabel taking up top mid once again, and that penalty is just ticking down extremely quickly here. She is going to go down while holding that reef slider here, and that is going to be a very unfortunate jump for Nora there. And honestly, if they don't win this fight very quickly, this could be curtains and into game 5.
They're continuing to jump in, making great use of their cooler, but it does look like Fruittella finally able to find what is able to cap the zone. The Booyah Bomb forces the members of New Meta back just long enough to get the paint on the zone to apply the penalty, but New Meta's right back to it, but now they go 2 down as a fight's won by Fruittella. They're finally going to have the opportunity here. How far forward are they going to push? You see Nora already looking for a cheeky play. Looks like they'll start backing away here, and actually now the jumps to get back on top. And Isabel going down early is actually going to re-stagger New Meta and could cause issues.
Yeah, Lucas staying alive for a lot longer than I thought would happen there. And 2 members going down once again on new meta. This is the exact situation I was talking about beforehand. This could be very much a potential lockout here. If they're able to win this fight on that left plat, a trade not going to be quite enough to do anything with. But looks like we might just be able to cap over the zone with pure power alone. We have that pencil sitting very pretty in their plat. And a great placement from the bubble is going to allow this fight to have an introduction, but are we going to be able to move past that K-Bot?
We'll have to see here. New Meta's got to pull the trigger if they want to stay in the lead. Lucas already throwing the Ultra Stamp. Isabel going to try to follow up, but they're going to lose the lead even still. Fruittella holds on just long enough. Still 2 members up. Nora going to be able to find at least 1 trade, and any trade that they can get here is going to help make sure that New Meta doesn't get a very solid hold, but even still, in the ensuing fight, Fruittella comes right back into things. Punchy comes up with 2, and Fruittella is going to be the 7th Western team qualified for the Splat World Series.
Wow. A wonderful performance from Fruittella there. Just understanding the rationale behind every single counter pick and applying their own logic to each of these maps. A very, very good performance.
Great performance, as you mentioned, from them. I think eventually it took them a bit of warming up to just how fast New Meta was playing, but pretty quickly you're going to be able to recognize those patterns, right, out of these short-range dualies or the ink brush, and being able to respond to those in time is going to be what seals the deal. Punchy here, I believe this was a double at least, if not, at least 1, probably 2, maybe 3, who knows, but even still, right, taking those fights and being able to come out on top of those is really what New Meta is relying on you not to be able to do. Fruittella is able to do it, and that's the reason why they've qualified.
Yeah, I cannot emphasize it enough. They did a very good job, and they've proven why they were the top seed, I believe, going into this tournament. Having maybe a couple bumps here and there along the way, but every time you go against a team that has something so new and unique, like what you're dealing with New Meta here, it's a whole new set of challenges, and I think the name of the game in Splatoon is being able to adapt, especially at high level, and especially when you're seeing these non-standard compositions. Like, this is not your average, okay, we have a couple shooters team. Like, this is Isabel, coming back from the flames and returning and being just as strong as she was before her hiatus that I believe she did go on for quite some time.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously New Meta has another opportunity to be able to qualify if they're able to make it through the losers bracket, or whichever team ends up making it through the rest of the losers bracket as they're able to qualify. We have the opportunity to look back at game 3 if we want. I think there's going to be time for before the next set starts, so why don't we go ahead and take a look at that. Ellie, I'm now communicating to you live. Okay, actually, had it pulled up and ready to go, so we'll just go ahead and play this one out just to get a sense of what we might have missed. But even still here, I think, obviously, when we tuned back in, things were starting to swing back over to Fruittella's side. But earlier on in this one, New Meta was able to be successful in terms of kind of starting to keeping things even as the game continued to go on. I suppose no small feat here at the beginning, where they're able to get a 3-down situation and solid control up first.
Yeah, I mean, this is more or less kind of what I expected here. The brush going around for that flank, and it almost feels like for both of these teams, that zone is it's basically the second priority for them at the beginning of these games. It's more about finding the positioning, looking at where everyone else is playing, and just trying to win out that initial fight, because with Wahoo especially, you really want to be moving up as far as you can, taking the court space and not really allowing for any angles to reapproach from. I think that's one of the strong suits of this map, is like how close you can get into your opponent's spawn. So it does really scale with how aggressive your team is and can be, but there is still those safe spots to reapproach from if you are the team trying to squeeze back into zone. So, you know, both of these teams have a very even standing on the stage, but it just looks like, I mean, you take it from here, but I mean, we already know what happens at the end of this game.
Yeah. I mean, to your point, right, if you're able to control the area in front of the zone, you're going to be able to control the zone, right? And what I think a lot of teams are doing at the moment on opening and elsewise, really, anytime there's a team fight that's kind of close to the zone, is paint is almost secondary on top of the actual zone itself. And it's more about actually controlling the space in front of the zone, applying pressure to your opponents ahead, and trying to outrange them so that they're not able to actually have an impact on the zone itself. As this game continues to develop here, I imagine this is the hole that New Meta is going to take the lead about halfway through this game. Which was right before we ended up getting back. And you can see actually taking a large amount of space in the court. Lucas working their way up the side of the map here as well, though not really in a position that's going to be terribly impactful. Meanwhile, Isabel tries to immediately jump on top of the members of Fruittella, but even still, push is kind of disjointed there from New Meta. Don't really have one particular target as the rest of Fruittella is all marching through over top of the zone, and that's going to be what nets them this one here.
Yeah, I very well said, K-Bot. I almost feel like there was a large emphasis on just ignoring what Lucas was doing for a big chunk of the game. We've seen multiple times him taking the exact same path and not a single shred of ink even thrown in his direction as a response. So I think for them, the angles that they prioritized were this one we're looking at right here. And as long as Lucas isn't dropping down to that lower ground and becoming any kind of threat to them, they can more or less just like not worry about it. And I mean, come on, look at this. This bubble is great, by the way, but like, it always worries me a little bit when it's farther back than where you want to be fighting or can be fighting, because ultimately it just puts you in a position to where you could potentially get punished just for thinking of exiting that bubble in any way, because they're going to be watching you. It's a huge beacon. It's a huge plot of land.
And that's the kind of, you know, pro and con, right, of the bubble, is that it is very strong once you do get it set up. But the reality is you can't really take more space once the bubble goes up. And especially when you're putting it on someone like a mini Splatling here with a Zinc Mini, that weapon is not going to be one that is going to feel comfortable getting out ahead of the zone, right? It's not very independent in that way, where it can swim in its own ink or have a couple of dodge rolls like, say, the Twinkle Splat dualies do. And instead, as a result, you're going to see that Zinc Mini drop the bubble behind zone more often, where it ends up setting up most of the time. And it's really not going to be as impactful and contributing to the rest of the fight that the Brush and the Tetra dualies specifically are trying to do. And so that's the other thing that you'll see, and a lot of reasons why the Mint Decavitator Splat, not Splatling. Why am I... Splatana, that's the one. Why am I blanking on such a simple name? Anyway, that's one of the reasons why those bubbles actually are a lot more impactful, because the decav has enough movement abilities to be able to get it into a very firm spot ahead of the zone and ahead of everything to be able to be successful and contribute very effectively in fights, whereas, you know, kind of that mini is going to be more on the back foot most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, you know, for the first half of that lecture there, that this was going to be Splattershaw Jr. propaganda, because that's the page that I'm on. But, you know, you kind of pulled the fast one on me there. I mean, the decap, that one's pretty obvious. The dualies, that one's pretty new, but I think is underrated. And honestly, I still think the junior can do a lot of those things as well, and kind of play Ink Brush to a certain degree, and just be a little bit of a frustrating thing. It's very funny doing that. And I've played on teams before where they just like encourage me to run forward as far as I can, like ridiculously far into my opponent's bases, and just like pop a bubble in there and then just start chucking several splat bombs from it, and just being a pain. And those kinds of strategies work out very well, but you know, you have to consider that, yeah, you know what, this is making me really think, and I'm like starting to really like take apart the comp of new meta in my head, and I'm going, okay, you have two guys who like running up really, really far, and then you have a mini who's popping a bubble like kind of behind the zone. It's a good place to jump in from, but as far as the fighting side, I don't know how much I feel about it.
That's actually one of the reasons why historically Storm has favored something like the ballpoint, right? That has more range as a main weapon, but then has the inkjet to be able to support a fight that's happening much further away. Whereas with the Zinc Mini Splatling, you get the beacons, which if you set up, or that is beacon, right? I'm not crazy. Is it beacon?
On which one?
Zinc?
Mini Splatling?
Yeah. It's missed.
Oh, it's missed.
Well, never mind. It's
I
not
thought maybe we're Splatoon 1 and 2 pilled. Okay, but
that's true. Yeah.
I think the Zinc had it before.
When you've been involved with this many games, the weapon kits each individually start, bleeding together to create some, like, the number of times that I have to go check the actual list of weapon kits is probably more than I care to admit. But nonetheless, we could also check the bracket to see that our next match is just about ready. We're now transitioning down to the lower side of the bracket. All of these teams fighting for one more qualification spot on the line. And next up here, we're going to be watching Last versus High in the lower quarterfinals, where now it is 5 teams remain for one final spot.
I'm not even gonna lie to you, K-Bot. These team names are so short. I thought it was just our stream manager sending us a message by putting those title. Like, that's so uncharacteristic of every Splatoon team ever. Like, yeah. Look at how many team names have 2 or more words.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't put that past Ellie. So I see exactly where you're coming from there, Siren, to actually do that. But yes. It is going to be weird to be using 2 plain English words as our team names. But here we are. This is pickup culture in the year 2025.
I'll take it, finally. Some names I can pronounce.
Yeah. Maybe we should count our blessings and not be terribly picky. Worth noting... No, go ahead.
I was going to say, it'll be the icing on the cake if the names that we're looking at right now actually match the ones we see in the lobby.
Yeah, the player names are the next thing that we have to actually work on. I will say, what I was going to say a moment ago, was this is best of 3 still. So, very cutthroat here. Kind of at the mercy of the counter picks. And everything as we get along here. We will be starting on Wahoo World, is the first pick that the Sendo algorithm has given us. And with only a best of 3, this puts a very heavy importance on this map in particular.
It's a best of 3 now? Wow.
3 for losers, yeah.
Wow. Okay, well... that is a lot of pressure right off the bat, and maybe if these teams had some downtime, they would have been looking at us very deeply analyzing how this map is played about 30 seconds ago. Not that deep, but maybe more so taking care of the comps. I'm going to take a look at both of these teams. Do we have weapons for them, or are we just finding out when we find out?
I don't actually know. I think we might just be finding out when we find out. It doesn't look like either of them have team profiles, so
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, pickup culture. It does look like, ironically, Last is mostly a French team. from just what we're claiming on Send Out Inc. So that should be interesting. But I'm just doing a quick look over both of these teams, and I'm not gonna lie to you, K-Bot. This is the comp every Splatoon team runs nowadays. So.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything quite like new meta. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Plenty of other things happening here, but even still, these players, even though they will not be called this in game, at least on last, they're players you're familiar with. Kit Kat, Yeti, Noctis, Toady for this team. Meanwhile, High is Splat, Seb, Astra, and Okami. All players, again, especially last, as you mentioned, towards the higher level of the French scene. Oh, Asta, my bad. I'm being highlighted on the production, trying to actually get the name right. Well, all good. But anyway, yeah, a lot of players, especially towards the higher level of the French scene, that tend to stick around. So should be interesting to watch. Of course, the qualifications for the most part have been pretty well dominated by teams in the Americas rather than those in Europe. So we'll see who's able to squeak out this last one. Obviously, new meta kind of poised to do that. Just the team waiting one of these 4 teams setting up. But we'll see who's able to come out on top.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped for this. Hopefully we'll get back into it soon. Otherwise, this is going to get pretty awkward. Just sitting around going, now let's get into it. Let's get into it.
It's a little extended break.
Yeah,
That's what happens when we go down to losers. But we had time to kill with the Wahoo game. So there we are.
Mm-hmm. Oh yay!
Hey.
Look at us go.
Just as we ran out of things to talk about. Perfect. Nailed it.
Okay. Well, we're not going to get any matching names, unfortunately, from the looks of it. So unfortunately, we're looking at Aura Boy and Habibi instead of literally anyone we just looked at earlier. You know, this could be even like 2 entire teams. We could have just joined the wrong lobby for all I know. But you know, why not? Why not?
Yeah. Well, presumably Habibi is Noctis. I'm going to presume. I don't actually know anything else. Well, I mean, Okami's Okami playing the roller right now and able to actually come away with 1. Now make it 2 for last. And it looks like they're going to have the first main hold here, especially with the amount of space they're going to be able to take. If they can get this crab tank into position on this right side as well, this can set themselves up incredibly well. And one of the things we were just talking about with the bubbler, the crab actually doesn't have that. It's able to find these holds on areas of the map. It is able to continue a push because you're not putting yourself in a vulnerable position with a long range of the crab. But even still, last here, continuing to run the area over this bridge on this side, able to come up with another one here even still. Aura Boy comes up with one onto the carbon, and it is still all orange here at the moment.
Yeah, getting out with that trade there, that's not going to be a big deal for them when you consider how dominant they've been in this game so far. And that crab tank exists there just to chain right after that. Is not even going to aim at anyone specifically. Is just going to rain down paint over that top right ledge. And somehow our carbon roller has escaped down to the court, and we capped the zone for just long enough to apply some penalty onto the side of last. So we are staying in this for a little bit longer, but crazy enough, just look at how we have things positioned here. We still haven't gained much of our footing yet. Looks like we're all jumping ship here, just jumping back into spawn and trying to get into those same spots that we saw before. But given the showing that we've had from last earlier on in this game, I will not be surprised if they're able to break out of this, and with these types of recapping tools, this should be an easy go.
Seems like it might be here, although even still having difficulty pushing their way back through here is last. Incoming strikes going to force them to back away yet again. Here comes the crab. How much work will it actually be able to do? The strikes come out here as well. Now, what's really pushing the issue here for last, finally starting to move through the zone, is their S-Blast with the 2-down situation on top of the Snipe Rider. Now there's another double, and this will once again open the floor for last, continuing to move forward and continuing to get these picks it could mean an extended push towards the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, look at this position. What on earth? Just shredding through that crab tank in 2 shots with that S-Blast. And with only 10 seconds left to go on that timer, they have to be careful here. They can't be just chasing other members on different angles of the map. They need to focus all of their attention on the zone here. And with one last ditch effort being those ink strikes, they're not going to be able to cap it at this time. That's just going to be the game flat out and uncontested, basically, from the members of Last.
Able to come away with that one quite quickly is Last. I will say that there have been instances where games are not necessarily won or lost there on that first push. A push down to 11 is quite significant, but also is surmountable. There is plenty of time left, especially if that's scored towards the beginning. The one thing I want to call out here, obviously you see this crab popped on the left side, but there's not a lot else that's actually pushing in with the crab at the same time. Feels like that crab then becomes a very easy target, especially while you know that all those members of Last are just swimming right underneath that drop. It makes it very difficult to get a lot of work done there. So, well done. We'll see now what ends up coming through, because this is their one and only counter pick coming up next.
Wow. All right. Well, they got to make it count, and then make it count again when, if this works out, they're going to have to deal with another counter pick coming out from the side of Last. But this is one that I support in general. I think it's kind of hard to lose the plot on Mahi. And I think that's kind of what they struggled with a little bit on Wahoo, is that maybe there's a little bit too many avenues that allowed the members of Last to just scramble around in. And, you know, unlike Fruittella, where they kind of just ignored everything that wasn't the objective priority, I felt like the members of High kind of got too focused on dealing with every single fly to swat, and, you know, it became a bit of an issue that just added up over time in that last game. So with this one, I think it's a little bit more straightforward. There's really only a couple ways to go on this map, and pushing in the way that lasted last game is a lot harder. I'm gonna sign up for a tournament with just like one of the most common words in the English language. Or the word "the," and then just have that logo be that one scene from SpongeBob where he writes forever, and it's just like the word "the" at the end. Yeah.
Excellent. Perfect. Certainly, teams not making commentators' jobs very easy at this day and age. But I digress. It is a best of 3 here. One team is going home, dashing their hopes of a qualification for the Splat World Series next week. No real adaptations here on our team comms, even on this very close quarters map where range can be incredibly oppressive. See the crab tank here popped and starting to move forward with it are these members of Last up this right side. Now the crab in response going the other way, but again, no real fight happening with it. Indeed, the S-Blast is going to get taken down here even still. So, decent pushes from both teams here as they kind of trade specials early, but not a lot actually transpiring here in terms of who's going to be able to get the first main hold, especially now that High goes another 2 down.
Yeah, it seems like we do have eyes on the members of Last who have kind of been pushed into this corner here, but with how tight this map is in the first chunk of it, you can't really be too careful. Even deciding to just not take that fight and backing up and building those specials here has really awarded them in quite the payoff here. Having that zone capped, having that cooler popped, and now we're running in under that left. We're still getting these picks onto the board here. We have put Last in a very, very rough position, and this is the exact kind of counterplay that I like seeing coming out from sets like this.
We'll see, though, whether or not they're able to find the hold here as the Booyah Bomb gets thrown towards the zone. It looks like the Sniper Runner player going to have to back on away for a moment. And now the strikes coming out here, further trying to make things difficult. Indeed, the strikes will find the cap, applying the penalty here and buying some more time for Last as now more specials come out. The Crab Tank this time with Noctis attempting to play towards it, but no one's really around from high. Where do they all go? Looks like to this left side where the Carbon Roller is worked up behind and is able to find at least one, but even then, trades continue happening, and now Slosher versus Slosher, it's Noctis coming out on top.
Yeah, I love to see these slosher fights and just these absolute C shapes generated onto the zone. But once again, gonna be a hold from the members of Last. We just have Okami here sitting up there on that left. Does get that Inkzuka at the perfect time to take out Y, and that zone is gonna go right back into their favor. And we're once again in a very good dominating position. Just a matter of holding it from this point forward. Will we even try to approach their plat or run in there? I'm not so sure. It looks like they really have that area controlled. So I think they might just play this a little bit more patiently and wait for the members of Last to run into them rather than vice versa.
I mean, if I was them, that's certainly what I would be trying to do right now. Is there's going to need to be every special pop. The strikes are going to come out again. But with a 2-down situation, Last is not really going to be able to play off of this very well at all. We see the S-Blast coming away with another one here, and the trades continue to happen. They just keep happening in the current state of the game. Everyone diving on top of the zone and attempting to get some level of work done, but even still, High will be able to hold on even if the penalty has been applied. Now the Crab Tank looking down towards their spawn. Doesn't look like a lot going to actually end up happening from that crab, but even still, High has established themselves once more as Last starts to move in back towards the zone. 2-down situation now. The strikes come out again, and there's another penalty applied. I'm telling you what, Siren, these strikes have continued to be a problem. Anyone's able to just throw strikes, and as long as you're able to space them out on the zone well enough, in most zones, you can find the cap to continue the game's length. That's exactly what Last is trying to do. They just need one opportunity to get a full hold on this one, and maybe they're going to have it here.
Yeah, definitely looking at those potential caps with those strikes. You have to be very careful, though. It's one of those specials that you still can paint over and is not a guaranteed zone cap whatsoever. So, noticing that they only really had that pencil looking after the zone there, they thought, all right, we can paint over that. We can get the zone cap there. And once again, just going to be Okami is going to try and perhaps build up special quick enough to deal with the zone here. But unfortunately, losing the lead in the last few seconds there, it's just going to be the pencil and the slot. You have to run back towards the zone. But unfortunately, with Aura Boy underneath their plat, they're just pre-firing. They are not going to be able to make it towards that zone on time.
That is at least 2 games that I have seen so far where the triple Ink Strike just continues to cap the zone and apply a penalty, stalls out the game for just long enough for the team to finally get a hold at the very end of the game and find the knockout. Exactly what Last needed to do. It didn't matter the first 4 minutes of the game, as long as they were able to not lose earlier on, and then were able to finally find the winning recipe here towards the very end, where they had enough pressure in enough different spaces on the map, they were able to come out on top. Hats off to them.
I think that is like a very large contributing reason as to why we see so many sloshers in this day and age. I think before it was kind of viewed as maybe like an optional part of any given team, and you can throw in like a shooter instead and it'll be fine. But when you consider the map pools that we're dealing with nowadays, we have so many like just drop-off type maps like Mahi, where you have to drop off a ledge and go into the zone. Mako has this element, or Makomart has this element to some degree. Almost every single map has some sort of dramatic incline that we see. So having a slosher there is basically a fail-safe guarantee that we are able to clear anyone who's just sitting directly below us. Anything like an S-Blast, any kind of sharking carbon. It's such unimportant element to a comp is being able to clear those ledges.
Yeah, and something that obviously that Slosher does really well, and very few other weapons in the game can do it quite as well as a Slosher does. Well, Last now going to go on to our losers semifinal, where it is another team that has come through, members of formerly a team known as DNA. It's Helix, Dark, Waka, Temp, and Ori up next. for this squad as the pickup culture here, Siren, continues.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna call them DNA today. Anyway, unless their team name has changed, but you know, I'll yeah, it might as well be. Sorry guys, this isn't the one today. I'm just gonna refrain from saying that with my own ethics and values, unless they've changed the name of this team. But we'll see.
We'll see on that. I do believe. Oh no, this is still best of 3.
What?
I thought we would be going back to best of 5. Maybe we'll get a double check on that, but Sendo Ink does say best of 3, and yeah, vocal confirmation from our producer does say best of 3. So very high stakes, high risk, high reward here for these two teams.
Okay, well, I'm excited to get a little bit more of these two teams on my screen. I was having a good time. And maybe I'll get to talk about this slosher on slosher matchup a little bit more because it is something that personally interests me.
Yeah, we'll see. Does anyone? I mean, I guess Ori probably could play slosher for this other team, which has now been called TNT. So there we are.
I think the logo should probably still change, but you know.
Just imagine a Minecraft TNT block.
Yeah, that would be good.
Perfect.
That would be good. Sorry to be a pain, but...
well, we'll see what comes through here. We are now 3 teams remaining for the final qualification spot here in the Splat World Series. And obviously the winner is going to go up against New Meta for that final spot. So we'll see who's able to come out on top here. The interesting thing, right, is that with pickup culture, you probably expect to see very similar weapons, similar to what we saw in the last 2. You know, we're talking about the Slosher, we're talking about something like a Splash, Snipe Rider, and then probably S-Blast or something, right? Tends to be pretty common in terms of the composition that just the default team is going to run. But the one thing to consider here, not to think too far ahead, but how are these teams going to be able to adapt to what new meta starts to throw at them, right? The way that new meta is able to run through the bracket is they're just able to outpace their opponent, catch them off by surprise, and come away with enough fights to become victorious. And it really takes some dedicated effort to lock down what those players are able to do. So we'll see which team can maybe have more potential at doing that, in addition to which team can come out on top here. In our lower semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, everything is on the line here, right? We're moving on to the last set, right?
Second to last, I suppose. The last will be next. Double meaning there as well.
Next will be last. Last will be next.
Very true.
Is this like a double meaning?
I mean, at this point, it probably ought to be, right?
Yeah. Well, that'll be the prediction that I put on the board. There is that we see last and Fruittella at the end of this, but you know. Ooh.
We'll see. I mean, last definitely played incredibly well in the last one, right? So certain potential there. We'll see what else the members of TNT are able to stack up to that, especially now as we head to Scorch Gorge. Have we seen one on Scorch Gorge today? I don't know if there's been one on Scorch Gorge today, at least on this broadcast. Maybe there has.
Yeah, I haven't personally seen.
I don't know when the last time I've watched zones on this map was at all, actually.
I think maybe somebody playing solo queue was the last time I've seen this.
Yeah, probably.
It's another drop-off map. What a surprise here. Except this one has the zone is like a donut, but it's like, no, I don't know what I'm comparing it to, but it's really like
it's square.
It's a square donut, and it's got it's like mostly whole, no dough.
Does the area on top count? I don't actually remember.
I don't even know. We don't play this ever in comp
We
because it's so
don't,
bad. But yes, it is still going to be here.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Welcome to Zones Only. Well, welcome to Zones Only. I'm sorry. I'm a hater. I'll say it.
Me too. We're just feeble, low-level players, K-Bot. We just don't understand the sauce of
true.
top level and how they just always want to do this all the time, I guess.
Yeah, that's real. But I don't know. Apparently, maybe it just makes the game easier to play. I think that's what it is. You just turn off the rest of the variables, and you're just able to focus on one particular thing rather than anything else. Because every time I make a sarcastic remark in a Hypernova call, they all yell at me. So, they'd rather play the worst zones map than play the best Clam Blitz map, I guess. So, what do I know? Oh well. Take a look at the bracket. You see where we are here. Again, loser semis will be best of 3 as well. So these teams have had a decent amount of practice, at least, on
I thought it was
best
best of 5 now.
It's best of 3 on this one.
Oh, well, what do you know? You're right. That means that, depending on how you look at it, no matter what, Scorched Gorge is going to be like 50 to 33% of what contributes to them making it further here.
Yep.
We have so much time to be a hater.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not calling out anyone in particular. The event obviously is what it is. I'm not calling out Area Cup at all, right? Like, that's the whole thing for Area Cup in particular. I'm just saying, I think the game's more fun to watch with the other modes. That's all I got.
Yeah. I think so too. I'll shake to that. But I think we knew that. Well, I also think it's just more fun to play in other modes too. I get kind of bored just playing zones. Like, great, cool, we capped this and then we ran forward. And then we got splatted and then we went back to the zone.
That actually would be interesting as the thought experiment, because after this event, which teams have been practicing for about probably 3 weeks or so at this point, and it'll be 4 weeks next week, post Super Jump, basically. We'll have had about a month of basically zones only, and then probably the following month will be mostly teams gearing up for Sendoku Major, which also will be zones only. So now we'll have 2 months of zones only. I'm actually curious to know how many teams or players individually are going to drop off or become less interested in playing the game suddenly and not fully realize why. Maybe that'll be a good thought experiment. But for now, enough thought experiments. We're getting into our losers qualifier, TNT versus Last. And yes, very similar weapons for the most part, but there is a paintbrush coming out here from TNT.
Yeah, I couldn't even, you could not pay me to know what is on here, except for right now we see it on the screen. Splash Wall and Inkzuka is crazy, but I can definitely see the vision on this map. You use that Splash Wall, get across those bridges, and then you have a Zuka for once you get out, to the other point. I like the bubble coming out right away from TNT here. That miss is going to do a good job at really stabilizing them moving back past this, but honestly I think the largest thing for this map is just like how do we get out of zone, how do we move past that isn't going to compromise our plays and isn't going to compromise our really strong positioning that we have just sitting on the zone right now. Like, what is the incentive here?
Well, starting to see some specials come out from Last. The Crab Tank and the Booyah Bomb each going to start moving around some of the members of TNT. Y going to pick up at least one here, but can't quite fully link up with the rest of the team on that far side. 2-down situation for TNT. Will net the zone for Last. But again, at what cost? How much are they actually going to be able to push off of this, because on Scorch Gorge, the only way you can get to your opponent's side of the map is by that Greats Bridge, which is makes you a very vulnerable target to just about anything in the game, which is also one of the reasons, coincidentally, why I think this mini Splatling is actually a really smart pick from Helix. The little bit of extra run speed that you still get while being able to shoot out of your Splatling actually can make you maybe a bit more of a threat on this map in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a really strong pick as well. Like, I don't really have too much more to add to that thought. They can cross these bridges, but like, I'm still waiting for that kind of initiative to happen from either of these teams. I understand we have to win this mid fight first to really do much with it. However, like, it just doesn't feel like there's enough reward to warrant it from either of these teams. We're seeing these, coolers coming out on the zone, and yet we're still just backing up and hugging these corners so we don't get splatted on top of the zone. It's much better for us to just sit back here, play the slosher game where we just sit under their plat and have a pencil on top mid. What is encouraging us to move into our opponent's base and take that type of fight when we can just sit back here and watch that penalty go down?
As it turns out, as we see the very easy approach onto the zone again. Strikes come out here as well, and then the actually ends up coming through here. 3 down now for last, and it's TNT now with the possibility here of being able to push forward. Actually, Paintbrush going up pretty far here, actually able to go across the bridge completely, given by the number of members of last that were down, and now Cooler probably quick to follow here as well.
Yeah, I staring down this S-Blast here, who somehow gets taken out into the plat. They have now taken that lead here, and it looks like, once again, your MVP special today, K-Bot. Those strikes are going to be coming out onto the zone, and that has allowed that Slosher to run in there, and a blind spot coming in behind them with that Booyah is going to take out a couple people and give that zone recap back to the members of last. Now, having lost that lead, but we're staring down very, very narrow margins here, K-Bot.
Very close as we move into the final 60 seconds of the game. Every splat is going to matter at this point. Zuka looking for the crab on the far side, not quite able to come out on top here, and now just trying to shark is this Brush, but gets taken down here as the S-Blast starts to move forward. Looks like could be very quickly picked off, and indeed is, but not without the wipeout going towards last here. They're going to have control of the zone. They're probably going to be able to take the lead, but TNT probably also going to have enough time to wrestle the zone back. But oh no, an early 2-down situation here from last could open the door much earlier for TNT.
And that's just one unfortunate member going down there onto the side of TNT, and that is going to stop them entirely in their tracks. They're looking very promising there, but once you're in that dominant spot, you have that top mid, you have the zone controlled, those trades do not really matter. It's a drop in the ocean. So we're once again having to rely on these strikes to get in here, but naturally painting over it in a moment of panic is going to allow Last to take this game out in a knockout, albeit a very close game.
Yeah, that was down to the wire towards the very end. Of course, just had slightly less time on the KO timer in comparison to the actual 5-minute timer, but it did obviously come down to that last minute. Yeah, this could have been a very possible opening here, but with Helix moving up this right side and taking, like, the pressure being instantly mitigated on that far right side, TNT now 2 down doesn't really have an avenue to get back into the zone, relying on strikes, not so much to get in, but more to just stall for 3 seconds. But even then, couldn't do that because the counter strikes came out of last to do the exact same thing. So now, one counter pick from TNT in order to try to claw their way back to make the set equal. Otherwise, it's going to be last playing against new meta.
Yeah, one more shot at this one. I better make that counter pick count, because we are always going to be in that range of game set point. So really consider what you can counter pick into. The world's your oyster, really, when it's everything but Scorch Gorge. I just have to dig it one last time.
Yeah, Put it in the dirt. Why don't you? But yeah, with the number of stages at your disposal here, you've got a lot of options, and I would imagine that I don't know for sure because I haven't watched this team most of the day today. Obviously, it seems as though they've been making plenty of waves in the losers bracket over the course of the day, having a run of probably about 4 in a row or so at this point. So they've been able to certainly stay in the game for this long. But I don't know whether or not that Zinc Mini Splatling was a stage-specific pick here, specifically for Scorch Gorge, or something that Helix more consistently plays, because I was kind of surprised to see that. I won't lie. So it'll be interesting here. Maybe you're trying to think of something in a similar vein. I don't know what that would really be off the top of my head. Maybe like Flounder or something, I guess. Oh no, Mincemeat is the pick from them. Again, I think it is very similar where you're trying to use the Splatling over the Greats, but you look like you've seen a ghost, Siren.
This is so mentally distressing. They have to be leaning into this whole bad maps thing. They were like, haha, we could do something so funny right now.
Well, you know.
The top players will pick into this map and then tell you that, like, Crab Leg is the worst thing ever.
That actually would have been a good pick, too. I don't know which is better. I feel like whoever Aura Boy is going to have a field day on the S-Blast here. For last.
Yeah.
Less so on Crab Leg, probably. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't even know what is good. Like, why? Why are we doing this? This is like the second time I've been offended by this team today.
The second time, and it hasn't been more than 5 minutes.
Oh no.
Well, all good. All good.
I don't remember what this map even looks like on the right. I know there's like 2 blocks, and then moving past that is like a different thing, but I think it's blocked off again.
Yeah, it is blocked off on the right side. It's hard to get up further. Maybe there's a ramp on the far right. No, actually, I don't think there is.
Yeah, that's like a Rainmaker thing. Okay, it stops. There's a drop off.
Yeah.
Okay, classic.
All right, yeah, well, same weapon comps. Let's run it again. The other thing actually very helpful here is Y on the splash with the crab. Obviously, early in Splatoon 3, this map was very notorious for similar crab-related reasons. The crab still has a field day at this point, and already, though, getting taken down is the splash. Aura Boy comes up with one on the trade. Now Temp able to take down that one, and now just fires the Zuka towards this Snipe Rider on this top side. Not coming up with a ton there. And still trades happening. 2 down on both sides. Specials flying towards the zone both ways. And very quickly, neither team has much of a foothold at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these players are going to be scrambling and trying to, like, figure it out what it is that they're looking at, as well as me. But I'm glad we're popping the tactical, if only just to get punished by a paintbrush who was just sitting around and waiting for someone to take that exact approach. So ultimately, I mean, it does feel like these players are kind of sitting a little bit apprehensive. Really only one member on the side of last even moving past the zone after cap. And I can't even really blame them. I just don't know what positions are ideal aside from going ahead and crossing the grates. It's very disjointed, and I think that's ultimately why we saw the members of TNT pick into this map, is just like, all right, let's see how we can separate last. They can't play these team fights together.
Oh, but even still, they're able to come up with enough. 3 down situation now. There's the last, slightly staggered. is, as I mentioned, Boy on this S-Blast has just that kind of perfect ledge height where that blaster can get over top of it. It has a little bit of that indirect radius and now continues to move forward even more. Will get taken down here due to the flanking paintbrush, but even still able to be very successful, and the zone timer is quickly counting away. Ink going on top of the zone, not enough to be able to hold on to much of anything here, and now looks like some able to get taken down. That's the 3-down situation against Last, and finally it's TNT's turn to approach the opponent's side of the map.
Yeah, a good job at getting a foothold at long last on this map, and it looks like we're finally seeing the vision that they were looking at before they picked this map. Looks again though like we're not quite able to capitalize on those areas that we were trying to go for initially. You saw that Slosher kind of running up on that right side, but immediately getting basically intimidated out of that corner by that pencil and just shooting off all these warning shots and trying to get some turf on the ground. And very sneakily, Last to just run right back in and cap that zone in basically just a shock paint over.
I'm pretty sure neither team is really fully approaching the other one. They're just kind of going back and forth on top of the zone, having enough that just falls on top of it that just so happens to be there. Are really using a lot of their range to chip away at their opponents, fire from afar, but even still, without being able to push all the way through the zone, they're not going to be able to get those longer pushes that are required for getting this penalty off of the board. Now it looks like TNT maybe has an opportunity, but Walker going to start moving forward. Looks like actually able to take down one. The Crab Tank popped in response here, looking right down at the opposing Slosher's feet, but it looks like TNT comes away with the lead here, not right before it's able to get switched back over by those strikes again. Even still, 2-down situation, TNT in complete control here.
Yeah, I mean, look at just the positions they've been able to take here. S-Blast running into their spawn, and just look at this overhead. We are staring at a very, very purple map and getting into a checkmate spot once again. We're seeing that the Slosher is trying to break out here and use that pillow to fight them, but ultimately, look at the angles that we have. That paintbrush gonna fight them on the side, rally them off into this corner where, like, it doesn't even really matter if we get the pick or not. Look at the timer. We're down to 0 already, and that is this. Wait a second.
That's the game.
That's the game.
They had it the whole time. It ticked down, and TNT able to push forward well enough. Means that they're able to take game 2 there on their own counter pick pretty quickly. As you mentioned, precisely what they were looking for a good chunk of that time. And yeah, just having the ability to run forward at your opponents. Also, that bubbler going far forward. I actually made a mental note earlier in the game where I saw Helix sticking back on their own truck, being like, well, that's probably not the best spot, because as we were talking about, right, you want that bubble to be in very aggressive positions that are more able to contribute to fights so that your more aggressive players can play around that bubble. And in fact, there at the very end, that's exactly what ends up happening. That bubble goes out just over top of those grates. It sets up a great play for all of the members of TNT to be able to jump back to safety just slightly while being over that vulnerable spot normally where the grates would be very out in the open. You don't get to swim or anything. And so we'll finally be able to see TNT be successful and take control of that game. Last potential counter pick is now Mahi Resort, where they were successful, obviously, in the last set. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to do that here.
It's interesting to go into this pick understanding they have someone who's just generating all these bubbles, because even though you don't really get as much reward, I think, popping bubble into your opponent's base here, given the height of the ledges in their spawn, I personally think Bubble is just very strong at holding the zone on this map, and pretty much any forward corner of it you can play it, and it's still a very aggressive, very like strong bubble. Like there's not that much they can do about it. So I am surprised they go into this, but then again, we are also dealing with a slosher, which like, okay, yeah, obviously this isn't going to shred anything that quickly, but we still have those ink strikes on deck, and that can just shred through things like that right away. So I don't know where their concerns are at, or if they're focusing more so on their strengths, on rather than looking at TNT's shortfalls. I lean on the former for that one, and you know, why not just go with something you feel comfortable with, right?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, most of the counter picks the teams are going to end up favoring are the picks where they just feel most confident. I know that's typically what. I know that's what Hypernova does, right? I know that's what a lot of teams will end up doing just because they can't control what the opponent plays. Maybe they're going to come up with something completely different here, although unexpected, and in fact, that is the case. Things sticking about as we would expect as we head into the final game of our losers semis set. Remember, winner here plays against New Meta for the qualification spot.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Okay, well, we're getting into this very quick. Last already has that crab tank at the ready, and it looks like we're forced to pop that bubble towards the snipe just to deal with things. Aura Boy getting the absolute max range pick onto Dark with that S-Blast. And once again, a very big scrap on the zone there is going to ultimately end in the favor of Last. And now finally getting a chance to move forward past this and really approach the spawn while that water level stays low.
Looks like able to be successful here and exactly where you want to see your S-Blast, right? Starting to move forward, poking a little bit over top of that small edge, and now the water level will start to drop. We start to see the stage change slightly, but even still, this S-Blast going to have maybe even more of a field day at this point with that water level being lower. Cooler drop down here for Last, making preparations for the play here. TNT looking to make one, but now 3 members go down while they had 3 specials at the ready. There's only Helix in this bubble, and it is a wipeout. Last running away with this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have a slosher sitting in their spawn, and 3 seconds left to go. Are they going to be able to... What? What? No way! Oh. I thought that was for sure going to be the game there, but just not able to stall out long enough. They are coming in hot. That zone is capped back into their favor, and they've applied penalty. They have bought themselves another chance at moving forward into this bracket. Everything is on the line here.
The slippery little paintbrush comes up from behind and throws just enough ink on top of the zone to apply that penalty. Now, of course, Last has another opportunity to try to make the defensive play happen. Here come the specials for TNT with the bubble and the strikes out. The strikes come from the other team going towards the bubble, preventing TNT from getting fully set up, but even still, it's a 2-down situation at this point for Last, and TNT might have the opportunity to start moving forward, but it will still be very difficult trying to go across this very flat ground. It's the crab tank already out, zoning them away. They're not able to make the approach that they wanted to. Waka's got the strikes at the ready to neutralize the zone once more. We'll be looking to do that just now, but it's not coming out fast enough. And Last will finally be able to take control of this series.
Gotta take control and really pay attention to that penalty counter. It is so disappointing when you don't even realize how close it is, because those points tick down faster than the actual objective ones. So it can really sneak up on you like that. Like, I feel like I blinked and it went from 30 down to 0, and that was it.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of, right? Especially when you're in the heat of the moment. You've got so many different things to worry about all at once, but especially, right, looking towards the strikes player, which multiple times has been able to be successful here, just didn't have the time at the end, needed to make sure that the area was clear, and with no teammates around, that was made incredibly difficult. Not able to come away with the actual cap to extend the game on even further. Though I will say, even if that's another cap, how many penalty points would that have actually applied? Probably like 30, right? It really wouldn't have been that much at all. So it would have had to have happened incredibly quickly. And then TNT really would have needed to make some serious adaptations to try to take this one back, because the pushes that they did try to do just ultimately fell apart. They didn't quite have the way to get back into the zone, or a consistent way to get back into the zone.
Yeah, that's really all it comes down to at the end of the day is, do we have a natural way of getting back into the zone? And then after that, like, okay, did we waste all of our resources just getting back in? Once we use up all those resources, we need something to respond with. Like, what else are we going to be able to do?
Yeah, certainly challenging there to put everything together. And TNT not able to do it in that short of time. So now it will be new meta versus last for the final SWS qualification spot on the line. And Siren, aren't you excited for our stage for the first game in the series? It's Flounder Heights, everybody!
Yeah, have some tea.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm waiting for. Woo!
I just can't even hide my joy and excitement.
Oh well. Well, the qualification match, if it's any consolation, Siren, will in fact be a best of 5. So higher likelihood of more balanced, I suppose, stages, more traditional stages.
I don't think we're off to a good start, but yeah. We'll have some back and forth after this. Perhaps, presumably.
See? Who knows?
We'll find out, I suppose. I mean, it's maybe not the worst map in the world, I guess. But it sure is one. It sure is a map.
It is, in fact, a stage in Splatoon 3.
It do be a stage.
And that is why we are playing it here today. Yeah. Well, the other maybe good piece of news is we get to watch new meta again, which makes things slightly more interesting because we don't just see the same Flash, Slosh, S-Blast, Pencil comp. Even though it wasn't exactly the same for the two teams that we saw watch previously, but it was pretty close. Actually, no. Who am I kidding? It wasn't the same at all because there was a Zinkmini Splatling and a Paintbrush on the same team. So
yeah,
a little different.
a little bit different. We do have some slosher play coming out as well. Once again, right? We had sloshers on both teams before, if I'm correct. Or am I thinking? No.
Not new meta.
Not anymore.
Fast has been playing slosher.
Well, this map is all height and definitely going to be a bit of a struggle. I think in particular for Isabelle, because I think she's going to be forced to really take the low ground angle, and if they kind of play similar to how Fruittella did, they can just ignore her. Same with Lucas, actually.
Yeah, that's one of the things, getting back in on this map. One of the reasons why you were kind of rolling your eyes is it's very difficult to try to challenge higher up. Very difficult to climb that when your opponents are kind of sitting up there, shooting back down at you into your own courtyard, or running around in your own courtyard. And so things like the crab tank suddenly become less helpful as engagement tools. Only in certain situations will they be helpful. For example, if you're probably playing a crab tank, you really would rather hold on to the crab tank to wait for them to be able to go up to your side behind your zone and then fire across the Greats Bridge and across both zones, rather than popping it, let's say, on your own snipe and trying to shoot up towards the zones or down into the courtyard. Just makes it more difficult to play overall. And so especially this new meta team that doesn't really have a lot of consistent entry tools, maybe that'll play to their favor in that they don't have to wait on anything particular to get in, but at the same time, with no entry tools at all to begin with, that can also make this one incredibly frustrating to try to break in.
I think you said it well. I think they're going to really have to consider the position they put themselves in if they don't reimagine things for this game, because this first game in the set can determine everything later on. If it's very evenly matched, then it's going to come down to who won that game one, right? So if anything, this is almost more heavily weighed than every other game in this set. They need to look at things and determine, okay, how do we win against last with the tools that we have and the players that we have? And we might even potentially see a bit of a switch up here, but it's hard to picture these players in any other scenario.
I agree. The only switch that I would think is maybe going back over to that ballpoint. I would be a fan of that from Storm. But no, don't see that here as we get into our qualification match, the final one for the Splat World Series. Isabel and Lucas already applying pressure up on the side. Isabel dives in, but immediately gets taken down while Lucas backs on away. That's the two aggros going down for New Meta here early, and Lass is going to take careful control of both zones.
Yeah, a really strong start for them, and I think it did come down to playing this a little bit patiently and understanding the areas Isabel and Lucas were going to go for right away. You could see the Slosher just standing near that one ledge, anticipating them to run at it, and that's exactly what happened. So I think we're kind of getting to the point of playing 4D chess here.
We're starting to get there, and that's the other thing too, is when you start playing against high-level players and it's the same players over and over and over again, not only do you know the weapons tendencies in terms of what they're playing, but also the players' tendencies in terms of what fights they might take. And if you're really good, you'll know your opponent's tendencies better than the opponent knows their own tendencies. And in fact, Noctis maybe has that mind read early in this game, but although we say that, New Meta able to find a way to break back in, get that 3-down situation, and now they're in control here early. We'll see just how much of the opponent's courtyard they're going to be able to take as Lucas dives in, immediately met with Noctis' Slosher. Isabel also over there trying to cause some trouble. It looks like someone victorious, able to take down one, stall out for just long enough, and that causes enough pressure here on this left side where New Meta has effectively held on to most of this play for now.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised at what New Meta's been able to pull off so far, taking care of top mid, and once they're in that spot, it seems like they would be set. But wow, 2 picks coming out from Aura Boy is going to secure last spot on top mid once again. It's just looking like a pencil v pencil situation, and we're kind of digging for tools to try and dislodge the pencil on the side of New Meta, and just in that time, stalling that out and thinking of what to do, Isabel just coming back in and putting a halt to everything. It's such a weirdly close game given the tools that we have.
Bubbler goes up, immediately met with the strikes. Now Lucas comes back in with the Ultra Stamp, only able to find one for now. Booyah Bomb as Last continues to try to claw back some control, and here's that crab on this top left side. Watch now as Aura Boy is able to work with it, continues to clear out the members of New Meta in a fantastic push coming in from Last, able to take control of both zones, forcing the final few jumps away as well.
Yeah, I really like this spot and the repositioning once again. We have low penalty here. We choose to back up. We don't want to play on that low ground because that's what the members of New Meta want. They want them to fight in their space. They are very short range. They got the little tiny T-Rex arms, and they're saying, all right, well, we have the range advantage over them. Let's hold on to top mid. Even though we took that fight lower down, let's back up and take it again. We need to play in our advantages here rather than going into the space of the members of New Meta.
Ultra Stamp out, immediately gets taken down. Here comes the Reef Slider, trying to also apply some pressure for New Meta. They're able to find one. Okay, Isabel comes away with 2 in the ensuing fight. Bubbler goes up here as well, and now trying to go after Noctis, who almost was trying to jump away, but does get taken down by another member of New Meta. Meanwhile, though, Last has crept up towards the zone, so Noctis able to draw away a distraction for the rest of New Meta, and suddenly we see the crab up here once again. It's continuing to fire down towards New Meta, and we're seeing what else comes through here. Boy going to be able to find at least one trade here. But by the way, we are now 47 seconds left to play in the game. Time is quickly running out for our two teams.
Yeah, I gotta pay attention to that clock, and looking at the points on the board we have now, I would have not assumed that this is a game that is 30 seconds left on the timer. That this is like, we're looking at early game types of scoreboards here, but with 3 down onto the side of New Meta here, Last has to make these last 20 seconds count. They are gonna want to try and lock out as quick as possible, and the exact opposite approach from New Meta. They need to run towards the zone as quick as possible, get a cap on one of them. And it looks like Boy passing by one of the members of New Meta who has snuck through and has now capped that left zone. We're just barely on the verge of capping the other one. Is the overtime timer going to start? Yes, we have it, just barely. Penalties are low. What's going on, Kmot?
I can't tell. Lucas really trying to apply the pressure on this far zone, but not able to come up with a lot of members of Last. Looks like finally they're starting to go down one by one, but even still, as one goes down, another member of Last comes back on top of this zone. They've now cleared out both Isabel and Lucas, and it looks like Last might be able to hold on. The trades continue coming back and forth, but finally, overtime will expire, and Last will take the first game in our final match.
I mean, look, we projected things to happen a certain way here, given the comps of New Meta, right? We kind of understood that before this game started that they were going to struggle on this map no matter what, but they made that very, very close. That was a very, very convincing game for them. And I think, given the fact that we have the opportunity to counterpick now, we're probably going to be seeing them, entering into the domain of New Meta for now. But how many more tall maps can we pick? Like, what can be done for the members of Last to basically neutralize New Meta?
Gorge, maybe?
No, don't take me back there. This is rage bait.
New Meta going to Wahoo World. We saw this pick come out from them earlier. It didn't work out earlier, right? Because this was versus Fruittella. But I don't think they actually ended up winning this game. Is that right? I think that's right.
Yeah, they don't have
that series was 3-1, and it was only the first game that New Meta won.
They picked it, and then Fruittella just ignored all their flanks. Yeah.
So we'll see whether or not Last is able to do the same.
We'll see. I'm kind of confused. I'm sitting where you are on this one because I think like it is very tall. Like the zone is flat, but the map itself is very tall. Like there's a lot of flank angles, but they don't go far enough in a spawn. Like you can't reach those spots. So what do we do here? What do we do that's going to be different from what we saw before? Or are we just approaching it with the same candor and expecting a different result?
Yeah, I'm wondering if the end goal is to try to run around the opponent's courtyard as much as possible. And if they can try to control that bridge where they can, that'll be the part where they are most successful. But they haven't really had quite the same level. Also, second time that we've seen Isabel switch over to the Tetras on this map, which I presume is just a weapon that she's going to be more comfortable on in comparison to the Dapple Dualies. So we'll see whether or not that's able to play much of a role at all, but already the pencil going down early for New Meta. J-Surak getting taken down is not a good sign for this team. No cooler to start this fight out, even if they're starting to push the advantage here. Actually, never mind. Maybe they don't even need a cooler, Siren.
I mean, who needs a cooler when you have a good bubble and a great position to get back to? I mean, look, we have one now. We're on the zone and we're pushed up. decently far, but Lucas is like, all right, this is not the court I want to be wiggling around in right now. I want to be in the other one. And how do we break out of this chokehold that we're looking at right now? Like, we're trying to get these off angles on people who are just hugging our wall. And wow, what a great use of that ink tank there, taking out 2 members on the zone. But look at just how fast we're back in things. This pencil's already up on that banana aspect of the stage. We're popping the strikes, but like, look, we're gonna have everyone, okay, well, hey, or they'll just work, or we'll just let the zone cap over and we'll get 1 point or 2 on the board. But, you know, okay, well, hey, look, progress. I keep getting surprised by what's happening here. It feels like a push in stages. Like, we're like half losing it and then just getting it back randomly. 3 down, and the last one jumped out. So this is essentially going to be a reset for the members of New Meta.
Aura Boy doing some aura farming with that Booyah Bomb there, and now looking like last, starting to get pushed back here by New Meta, but already note that that bubble has been committed early. The strikes come out to neutralize that bubble, and the grab take now trying to just look forward towards the members of New Meta, but meanwhile, here comes the flank angle. Lucas is there, comes up with 1, and now some of the members of last are getting taken down. They're all jumping back into this spot as well and getting taken down. New Meta now in complete control of the zone and starting to look forward to the opponent's side of the stage.
Yeah, I mean, we're once again right back into this spot that we saw before. Isabel has that reef slider. I don't know what she's cooking here, or if she's just using it as like a way to stay alive because she does have control. I do. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, thank you, Isabel. I've gotten my answer now. You can stop. You can stop. Stop it.
New Meta having some fun with their food there towards the very end of that one. Good play from Isabel. Kind of surprised that that play wasn't thought of earlier, but when, again, you're put in that kind of an advantage, maybe that's exactly the play they were trying to go for all along. It's a little bit harder to keep track of something, especially like a reef slider that comes up very quickly and you don't get a lot of time to adjust for. Isabel knew that Last had to try to make a play towards the zone and was in a perfect spot to be able to capitalize on it, despite some of the members of Last knowing that she was over there. You see Aura Boy actually deciding to go away from the zone, but even still, this reef slider comes in big. Lucas is around. Everyone gets involved in this fight at the very end, and New Meta gets a game on the board.
I loved watching that the second time as much as I loved watching it the first time as well. Very, very satisfying to see the perfect timing of people jumping off that cliff as soon as she's basically setting off a tactical nuke. So that's quite nice.
Now remember,
but you know,
best of 5. So this is not the final game. We're back to all 5. This will be the first counter pick out of Last on this particular one. Siren, verticality.
You know what? Like, let's just go to Hammerhead Bridge or something. I don't even know. Is that legal?
Yes, I'm pretty sure every stage in the game is legal on Splat Zones.
Let's honestly, Bluefin. Let's go Bluefin. What? Now why? What? Like, I like this map, but why?
Well, if I had to guess, if you can try to get the crab set up in certain places, the crab can be very impactful. Also, there's enough of those smaller little edges where the S-Blast can start catching some people off. And there's not, like, it feels more open, but there's also not a lot of room for a brush or dually to run around. So I suppose in that way, the map feels a little more claustrophobic. There's less like open space for them to just go do whatever they want. Like if they're pushing forward into your courtyard, past your stack, you kind of get a sense of where they're going to be. It's not like they're just going to run off and disappear. You can kind of keep them in front of you. There's less flank angles here, so we'll see whether or not it pans out. Of course, just a matter of comfort at the end of the day here as we load into our third game.
Yeah, very unique comms coming out of both of these teams here, and I do love to see it. Aura Boy sitting on that zone there does get caught out by those missiles, and both of these teams looking like they're kind of hesitating here before they get any sort of real specials on that board. Hammer gets chucked. We don't really get much value out of it thus far, but this bubble should cause a bit of a dent.
Yeah, Bubble's certainly going to sit there, but then again, right? New meta not able to push up very far off of it. The range advantage over to last. Now Aura Boy starts to slip forward, but with no other pressure is going to be easily taken down. Meanwhile, Isabel pops the Reef Slider, looking towards the opponent's side of the stage. Now jumps on away, back on over to safety and over to this right side. Now goes for the play again, comes up behind the crab to shut that one down. And I think that's opened the door here for new meta.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so far that they can go. They do have that bubble ready, and it seems like we're kind of using it to just hang out in once again. But Lulu trying to find an avenue in all this pink ink here. Does actually get the pick on the pencil. That's actually massive. Back in here, getting the toss on the Noctis and the trade on Aura Boy. That is absolutely massive. Y just burnt up that crab tank too. So they are basically going to be starting from square one, trying to get back into the zone, and they kind of have to win maybe more of a gunfight to return to this naturally. The cooler will give them maybe a little bit of a safety net, but speaking of safety, that pencil is still just watching from the off angle. Okay, well, we can't do it every time, right, Isabel?
Square one, though, for last is not where you want to be. The best thing you've got is to try to get some of your specials towards the zone. Exactly what Aura Boy is trying to do with this Booyah Bomb. The strikes come out as well, and it does cap the zone to apply that penalty. Again, MVP today are strikes on top of zone. We'll see whether or not Last is able to hold on for long enough to start getting their own hold of the zone, but for right now it feels like it's all new meta, though as I say that, Noctis starts working his way up this right side, able to find one earlier, might be looking for another, but no, not this time. It's another two down as a teammate's taking down those members of new meta. Noctis jumps away, gets back into the fray, and it does appear as though Last might be able to start getting some advantage going. All the meanwhile, though, Lucas just running around, Isabel jumping in as well to her teammate, and now teaming up on this backside, trying to cause a thorn in the side once more of Last. Maybe you don't have the flank angles from the side, but you've got the flank angle from the sky, and Isabel dives in. The rest of the team's able to follow up, and it's a wipeout again for new meta.
What a convenient jump in for Isabel to just run over mid-reef slider path. And, you know, we've been in checkmate position for a while here, and just Last has been holding on by the skin of their teeth, just getting these zone caps when they very barely need them. That Booyah Bomb is going to get popped. We're going to toss it towards that snipe there and maybe dislodge the pencil for just long enough to cap the zone, but it looks like that new meta has a death grip over things. We have popped that bubble and we're like, nuh-uh, we are going to knock this out right now.
5 ticks left to go. The crab is out. Noctis is there. Lucas dives back on top of that crab tank as well. And it's too little, too late for Last. New meta now is on qualification points for the Splat World Series.
Wow. All right, well, that's just one more counter pick for them to try and win on here. And quite the comeback we're looking at here.
This is the new meta strategy. It is create enough chaos where you don't know what is going on. Lucas running around to the brush. Isabel just jumps in, just goes all in to try to make that play happen, and it causes enough of a distraction, turns around the members of Last, and is able to create enough presence to make the end of the game happen there. The largest thing with this team, right? If you're able to be in a spot where you can ignore Lucas, you're in a really good spot. We saw that with Fruittella. They were able to come out on top in multiple instances because they just ignored whatever Lucas was doing. But when Lucas has an Ultra Stamp, when Lucas is running around allowing for a jump to come in from Isabel, and Isabel's got a Reef Slider soon to follow, it makes everything that much more difficult in order to actually come out there.
Yeah, a very strong showing. I know I've said that a lot already, but like, just being able to prove that they can pull this off in different map modes and say, all right, we have a kind of short range comp compared to what is standard nowadays, but we will make it work and we will still get in your face. I think now I'm starting to see the vision more with that mini is like, yeah, we have it far back, but if it was too close, we just wouldn't be able to pull the attention away from Lucas. I think if it was fighting alongside Lucas, all eyes would be on him, and that would be a very big detriment to them.
Yeah, that's true. And the other thing, too, that something like a mini Splatling there would be able to, especially the Zink mini Splatling with the bubble, is in the event that something goes awry, you still have something as a stable, anchor, quote unquote, to fall back on, right? When the Zink mini Splatling's able to team up with your pencil player, with Storm and Jay able to do that, they're going to have a better time all told. The last counter pick here, their last counter pick of this tournament, is going to be Mahi Resource, this map where the range is incredibly impactful and there's less room to run around. We've seen Auraboy completely farm on this stage. We'll see whether or not they can do it again here as we load in to qualification point for new meta.
Okay, all right, well, we got that Ultra Stamp extremely quick, just tossed it, and that has created enough space for us to just run forward. We have that bubble. We don't even really feel that much pressure to pop it just yet. Might even use it a little bit more aggressively here, but opting to use it right in front of that crab tank. I support this decision wholeheartedly. Just get that crab tank out of the way and give it something to deal with rather than, shooting at your teammates, shooting at the zone. And look at this. So much paint coming out on the zone, but yet it is still neutral, which is ultimately still going to be in favor of the members of new meta.
Still for new meta here, even though they've got two members going down, there's still this backline core that's coming together and is able to keep things out of last hands for the most part. Even though that Zink mini goes down in the bubble, you see now Isabel back on the front lines, able to be there with this zone, continuing to get that ink down on top of it and continuing to run away with where things are going here. Now Lucas dives into the fray again, doesn't get a lot of work done, and now the Booyah Bomb comes out here of last, including the strikes. It'll apply some penalty on top of the zone, but even still, not a lot going to happen here. Isabel's going to reef slide across the top, and even still, Last has not picked off enough members of new meta to get a real firm hold.
Yeah, I look at just all this coverage that we have here, and Lucas says, all right, you'll trap me in a box, you'll put me into the smallest little area of the map you can, but I'm still going to run in behind you, and I'm still going to cause chaos, and I'm going to cause a lot of issues. There's no way you can get into this map here without dealing with me first, and I'm just going to jump right back in all the time and go for the exact same angle.
Looking for the same angle here. Lucas dives in once again on this close quarters stage. Not quite going to get a lot of work done here, and now this bubble comes out, establishes new meta here on the backside. They're just 25 ticks away from qualifying for the Splat World Series.
Yeah, I would like to point out as well, like, Isabel has done the exact opposite of what you would expect anyone with a reef slider to do most of the time, and that's she's just used it for pure aggressive pressure up until like when her team has had all of this control, and then that gives her the wiggle room to have more skill expression with that special. And I've really been enjoying seeing this so far coming out of her, and even though they've always had maybe a bit of a man advantage based on the way that they play, just using all of the tools in the toolbox to keep that zone capped. Like, you would think getting rid of that pencil, okay, we can cap it. Now we're back down to 3 with like extremely tiny penalty. We are looking down the barrel of a knockout as we speak.
Lucas diving on top of the crab tank here again is going to get taken down to the process, but Isabel has joined the party here as well. Wad's going to get taken down. It's 3 down for last, and new meta will be the final qualifier for the Splat World Series.
A very earned qualification at that. Fighting tooth and nail, I don't know. Whatever the expression is. they have worked extremely hard for this. This has been a long day for them and a huge grind to get to this point in the bracket, and getting a comeback like this from maybe a bit of a rough start is difficult, and a lot of teams just can't recover from that first game 1 loss like they did here.
And hey, shoutouts to Jacerok as well, being one of 2 players now to qualify for the Splat World Series twice, despite there only being 1 Splat World Series. The other player, by the way, of course, Kyo, who played for Milk Duds and Super Jump and that FT win last week. So, the stage is now basically set for the Splat World Series. Remember, folks, the actual main event with 8 of the best Western teams and 8 of the best Japanese teams will take place next Saturday. That is August 2nd at 8 in the morning Eastern time. Set your alarms if you're in the States. And now we have the opportunity to take a look at what we expect the bracket will look like. To some extent, seeds are not final here, so some things are slightly subject to change, but just so you get some idea of the reminder of the teams that we'll have playing in the double elimination tournament taking place next week.
My goodness, rest in peace to all of the West Coasters who are going to be playing at 5 a.m. Not just getting up at 5 a.m., but starting the bracket then, so probably getting up at like 4 a.m. to play in that tournament.
Yeah, so that'll certainly be fun for all of those on the West Coast, including our primary producer, who is not enjoying themselves in the call right now. But that'll do it.
I had a visceral reaction,
I believe. I hope I'm not missing anything else that we have to majorly shout out or do anything for. I guess in the interim, while that information is getting to us, Siren, do you have anything to close out the day?
No, I'm just really happy to have been here and been a part of this really cool series. And honestly, like, when the pressure is on, like it is here, it's like, it makes for a very entertaining show. So I'm so glad that it was here and that it was now and that it was with you, K-Bot.
Oh, thanks, Siren. Glad to commentate this with you as well. Of course, shout outs to everyone from IPL who's been hard at work to put all of this together. And of course, the partners over at Area Cup. Feels like Saturday's show is not one that you will want to miss. So if you've been tuning in and enjoyed the action from the past 2 weeks at all, be sure you're here next Saturday morning in North America. Of course, it'll be earlier in the afternoon for those of you in Europe. 8 o'clock Eastern time, where we will have the actual primary event. 16 teams fighting for the best in the world at the little game we call Splatoon. Folks, that'll do it from us here today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. My name is K-Bot. I've been joined by Siren today. You've seen our socials scrolling past on the bottom, and we will catch you all right back here next week. Take care and have a good night.